You're ready to go.
This is the Waterfront Parks and Environment Committee's October meeting for 2022. Board members are
Five.
I'm consistent.
These guys' numbers all jumping up all night.
Board members are expected to attend in person. That's part of the hybrid policy. Excused members and members of the public will be able to participate virtually. And members who are joining by camera should leave their cameras on. The meeting is streamlined on the YouTube channel. Has anybody ever watched this on the YouTube channel?
Yes.
Yeah, I have too. Especially when I missed the meeting.
Let's go 24 hits. Now 22, let's do it, let's watch.
I see Lisa, David, and who else walked in just now?
Katie was on the same bus.
Oh, you're on the same bus.
So now we know you're telling the truth.
Yes, 9,000 was the turkey line.
And so there's no reason now not to start the agenda with a parks update. I'm glad you guys made it. I'm sorry that we don't have an item on New York City traffic and how messed up it
Well,
is.
Christine is here now, so that's.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So we should,
I was gonna say, I thought congestion pricing was gonna help that. Oh, is that?
I mean, really. Paul, Ron, sir.
So the parks update, so I'm actually joined by my colleague, Mathews, who's going to assist with some of the information. But I'm going to start
Hey,
with
Matt.
the pest management meeting that happened earlier this week at Hell's Kitchen Park. So it was actually very constructive meeting. There were members of Councilman Boxer's office there. There were some folks having the community board. Those committees actually were there. I was there with a few of my staff, and most importantly, the crew that does the extermination for the borough was also there. So the first thing I want to say is that rats are a very big problem. They're a very big problem in many parks, especially in parks where a lot of young people are there, or people tend to stay and have lunch, and they provide food, and also where there's harborage. So Hell's Kitchen Park is actually a great place for rats to live and thrive. So there was somebody had sent us a map of where the big boroughs were. So there was a short tour of, taking a look and seeing the conditions for them. But we also, more importantly, had a conversation about some of the cultural things we're going to do to try to beat back this problem. So one of the things that I've observed is there were some people there who actually do feed the birds.
Yeah.
So when you feed the birds, you also feed the rats. So we had a conversation about discouraging that. And part of what's going to come out of that is I've ordered the signs already that say, please do not feed the wildlife. And there'll be 5 signs placed there, hopefully by November 1st, because I've asked for a rush order to put them up so that everyone who uses that park in a constructive way can feel empowered to discourage feeding the birds. Obviously, we know that people are lonely and they think it's a nice thing to do. And maybe they've seen a lot of Disney movies, but that's what you do in a park. But we know that we live in New York and not a Disney movie, so we have to be a little bit different in what our expectations are. So that's the first strategy. There's also, and then the exterminators are going to be in closer communication with some of the community residents, just to let them know like when they're going to be on the scene, doing what they do. I know there was a request that the exterminators come like, once a week for a month. And it's something, I mean, that might be ideal, but it's a very small crew, so you really couldn't promise to accommodate that. But it was recognized as a request, and they will see what they can do, but I don't hold out hope for that. I think that it's more that we look at the cultural practices and just try to stay on top of the problem as we try to work against it. I had a side conversation with one of the gardeners, and I said one of the things that I discourage in terms is the use of wire bead, because that thick semi-evergreen, they call it elephant grass also. And plants like that grow close to the ground that are current, that are evergreen. They make it warmer in the on the ground, in the burrows in the ground. And so those things, those kinds of plants should not be grown because you don't want to, help the rats out. So we talked a little about that culturally as a side note. So overall, I mean, I think we will have some success. They use carbon dioxide gas at this location. So that's also very helpful. What it does is it smothers, carbon CO2 is heavier than air, so it sinks, so it smothers the rats. And CO2 we breathe out, so it's not poisonous to us, but in an outdoor location like that, it's very, very effective. So we use CO2 and they're going to collapse the burrows. But we also know that the gardeners are going to be watching and helping to collapse burrows, et cetera, as well. So it was very, very productive. Hope that we will be successful, having some success. And I do not expect, and no one should expect 100% eradication and never seeing a rat ever again, because the neighborhood, as we know, they also discussed having rats in the burrows and trees and street trees. So there are lots and lots of places where rats can thrive. And we also know there are a number of delis, et cetera, in the neighborhood. And so there are a lot of food sources. But at least in the park, we'll be taking some steps with communities input to combat that problem. Any questions about that?
Just the trash receptacles, was that brought up at all in terms of, I don't know, how things are contained, what's the location of them, not enough, too many? Okay.
So I don't know when the ordinance came down, but everybody in the city of New York is required to contain their trash. And I'm kind of surprised that we didn't really have it longstanding. There was I guess a time period where steel trash cans, most of us remember steel garbage cans, kind of went by the wayside and people were just using plastic garbage bags, which are easily chewed through by rats. So the ordinance came down that everybody has to contain their trash, including the Parks Department. So we put in some very, very large bins, and they have lids on them. So, and the purpose is so that we can contain the trash. That's to contain it before it is collected. So, and that's an interesting thing that I'll also be watching for. I have noticed, prior to this moment, in some rare occasions, garbage bags are on the sidewalk. And I know one particular location, which is Penn South Playground. I never see it there because I'm always by there every day. But I do know that sometimes we have illegal dumping, which looks like Parks Department garbage, but it isn't. Most of the time, our garbage bags are very neatly tied off. So should not see black garbage bags on the sidewalk overnight. The crew is supposed to collect the garbage every day. I'll admit that sometimes there are misfires and it may stay there, but it's no longer part of the procedure. Our garbage is supposed to be contained. That's what those large bins are for. Okay. So that's another way of trying to fight the rats. Question.
So when you say it's contained, does that mean those 4 large ESNY bins get put on the sidewalk instead of the bags being removed and put on the sidewalk?
Well,
For collection.
so this is what I would expect. I would expect that the crew that comes, the crew that cleans, so it's the mobile crew, is going to put them. They're going to put them into the bin for containment. And but actually, I guess it depends upon what time they're going to get there, what time they get there, what time the backer gets there, and I don't know what the actual schedule is. But the idea, most importantly, is that they not stay on the sidewalk overnight. We know that the last trash pickup in the sector is at 3:30, so it should be gone by then. So if they leave it on the sidewalk for collection during the day, it may be on the sidewalk during the day, but it should not be there overnight. The bins are there to contain it, so we don't have that particular problem.
Okay, but the bins are not being used for putting the trash out as is
We don't-
required
we
for
don't-
businesses and small residential
We
buildings.
don't do that.
Why don't you wheel the bins out with sidewalk?
Wait, let's just talk.
Oh, I thought-
Board, it's okay, no, we're gonna do board first, it's okay, committee first, then we'll go public, that's okay. Anyone else, so no, I don't ask, but so I know you met with the gardeners and that,
they were okay with all this and they agreed
Yeah.
to these type of anything? Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Rats, you talk about garbage.
The whole thing, the mitigate, just the whole plan that you guys put in place.
The garbage, the meeting was about rats. There might have been a sidebar question about trash, and I explained it the same way. When you say the gardens are okay, when you
So many, I know you met with Elka, right, that there was a
Yes.
bunch of people there.
Oh, no, it was very
Everyone's
productive.
good and moving forward, agree.
We're gonna
Yeah.
see how, yes, signage, messaging, communication about, extermination, yes.
Okay. Mhm.
Any other committee members?
Yeah, just a quick question, if, with respect to the entire sector, if the last trash pickup is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. For parks that you're locking up at night. Does that mean that the garbage is staying in the garbage cans overnight in those parks?
More than likely, yes, because what happens is the crew, the regular crew that serves District 4 leaves at 3:30. And the parks, as you know, are open after that, so people using the parks, they're bringing, they're gonna be using those trash cans. But the bulk of the garbage should be contained.
Thank you.
Go ahead, and you had something or it went by?
Linda? Oh, yes, oh, I was just wondering why the bins wouldn't be wheeled out to the curb.
Well, because we're the ones that collect it. So,
We collected, but in order to prevent plastic bags from being on the curb, which you said is a.
yes, but we collected garbage during the day. So it's a motion economy thing, because the bins are very, very valuable. You may have noticed that they're chained to the park. So if we're gonna wheel them to the curb, it means we have to unlock them, wheel them over, right? And then to wheel them back in. It is easier to take the bags from the bin, leave them on the curb, with the crew collected and it's gone
Like the rats can chew through the bags on the curb,
during the day.
Yeah.
Well,
or whenever they're there.
right, well, they can do it during the day. It's not gonna be a perfect, solution, but I think. With all the regular foot traffic and activity during the day, it would be. Less of that, and see clearly in the evening.
Yeah,
it's quiet.
yeah, that was.
Great.
I think this, touches on something that we've discussed previously in regards to the scheduling of parks workers. And that a lot of the scheduling happens more early in the day and the parks are continually used until 9-10 o'clock. So there's no one really responsible for the parks at that time. So I would think if, so say the parks workers are off by 3:30. They may have cleaned the park at like noon, 1 o'clock, they put the bags out, but then you have people using the park all day, all evening, putting their trash in the garbage cans. And then it's there overnight. So I'm just wondering because obviously. This trash is not collected by Department of Sanitation, it's collected by the Parks Department. Is there a way to potentially look at adjusting the park sanitation schedule? And how that's done to avoid having, because if we're in this whole thing of like, all residents are eventually gonna have containerized trash, businesses have to containerize trash. Parks have to containerize trash, but if you have trash that's sitting open in the garbage can. Why is that acceptable? And then another possible solution for when it's on the sidewalk is, can there be city bins? Or something put in to contain it that Parks has access to know that one, these items are not being illegally dumped, because if there's any bags that are not contained in those bins, that's not Parks trash. And two, if for some reason it is left overnight because it misses the 3:30 collection, at least it's.
Is it saying that would also be a seasonal issue? In other words, 3:30, winter time, by 6 o'clock, people are leaving the parks. In spring and summer, they're there until 9.
Yeah, well, I mean, it really depends, because you could just have 3 days in October, there were 80+ degrees.
Yeah, I'm just talking about darkness. I'm talking about it gets dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids are playing, all until it gets dark.
Does your staff do a sweep of the park before 6 o'clock? After 3, When does your staff get off?
So they start the standard tour of duty is 7 to 3:30.
Oh, 3:30.
Yeah, 3:30. Well, let me just respond, to the time issue. I have said on many occasions at the agency that I would welcome, a mid shift, meaning that there's a later shift. That's personnel. They have to be supervised, as be certain titles. And, so I think it has to be funded. So in response to your question, I mean, it's a labor funding issue.
Yeah.
I would love to have people on staff whenever the parks are, busy.
More money for parks.
I mean, we've talked about that, we've written letters about late night, not late night, but.
I know, it's important.
Staff, yes, they're at other,
Similarly, as last year, we wrote about the PEP officers.
Yeah.
Would it make sense to ask, as Paul's saying, for more mid-shift?
so that'll be in our
maintenance
budget,
workers? Yeah,
And staffing is already part of that list of stuff.
Yeah.
On the budget.
yeah, staffing more specifically for maintenance versus PEP, which I think is
Well,
what we are.
and-
no, we have,
Oh,
we have both, yeah, in fact, we actually specifically talked about it regarding DeWitt Clinton.
Yes.
Last month, because of all the activity that happens late at night, and there's a bathroom there, and there's,
And if I
they're-
read it correctly, it's on the parks requests too, that we just saw.
yeah, maybe.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think, one of the things about the trash bag when they go out on the street is human nature. People throw other crap on top of them, right? So there's pizza boxes, stuff. It's not all the time, but it's enough. And that also probably attracts the rats to the garbage bags, which may be, exacerbating the problem. So, I mean, it seems like the problem is timing of bags going on the sidewalk. Not necessarily that the bags are there, but the timing of the bags. And, like, maybe if bags go out a half an hour before the pickup or something, I don't know how that works, but I think that might be the basis of the problem, is not necessarily the bags, but.
Following up on that, you said you did not know what the Packers schedule was yet.
I don't know, I cannot say when the Packer gets to Hell's Kitchen in comparison to when the crew is there to.
Like the overlap.
I don't know.
But that is something you're going to learn.
I'd have to look it up. We have a record of what the sequence of the
Route,
route is. And they also clock in, I can actually look it up and see.
So that will be useful in your deciding when you put out the bags.
Well,
It's hard, because the
Because
staff
there's-
covers multiple parks.
Because
The
there's,
truck
and
covers
because there's traffic,
parks.
as the two of you just experienced.
Well, not even just that, you have one truck going to every park in the district,
Got a part of the district and also going to District 5.
and then the maintenance crew, is that just for our district, or is it also
It's
shared?
just,
So, and how many parks do we have?
actually, we have 14 parks, and I think, and so, and
So,
some of them are also fixed posts.
yeah, so that's a much wider spread coverage area than you would have. So I think trying to coordinate the timing would be very difficult, and it might be more effective to containerize the problem, like Kristen had her hand up.
Yeah, so in the Hudson Boulevard Park, right? They have those containers which are in the runway, and they put everything in there. So I'm wondering why they wouldn't be doing that, because during the whole day, you could take your bags and put them in the containers which are there, and then, sanitation shows up when it shows up,
Well,
right?
But
actually,
it's park sanitation,
yeah, we,
it's not department of, parks has their own
their own
sanitation
packer,
crew.
the packer.
We-
So why wouldn't you do the same as sanitation?
well, let me just back up a second. We actually collect the Bella Abson or Hudson yards. We collect that garbage.
Right.
But it's a unique situation, because they're one of our community partners. They have their own maintenance workers who are on site all day, so it's a fixed post location.
Yeah.
And then when the packer goes, which is, I guess it's late morning, it gets to Hudson Yards, they collect the garbage. But once again, they are using the kinds of bins that we do. The garbage gets contained, They also have garbage cans like we do that the regular, the park user puts their garbage in. But the difference is that that's a fixed post location.
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
It means that the staff is
Their
at that
staff.
site all day.
What,
The staff, the maintenance staff, the cleaning staff is at that site all day.
right?
Over at Hell's Kitchen, it is not a fixed post location. It's a mobile crew only.
That still doesn't make any difference if you have a container.
I think she's saying put it one of those containers at
Yeah,
the
and
street,
put-
the containerized trash, and then when the staff leaves, they put it in the container.
Right.
And to wait till the packer comes, and the packer comes, they open up the container, they put the, right?
Or that's what they are doing at the Hudson, at the.
Yes, but I think, yes, and I hear what you're saying, but I think it's. The motion economy of the garbage, I think, is a little more nuanced than that. When you have fixed post staff, who can empty a garbage receptacle that the public
Right.
uses and puts it into the bin. When they are fixed post all day long, as those garbage cans get full, they can contain it.
Right.
Basically, at Hell's Kitchen, we really kind of got one shot to do that empty.
Okay, but then the importance is to do the empty into those containers, that's what I'm trying to say. Right.
Yes, that's,
Whether you do it during the
Okay.
day or whatever, you take it and you put it in those containers.
so when the crew comes, they're either gonna put it into the container. Let's say they're,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, they've come by later in the day. So they're probably gonna put that into the container
Okay,
for collection, and to hold it overnight,
right,
and then it will be collected the next day. But if they were there in the morning,
right.
they're gonna take it out of that bin and put it on the sidewalk.
But
for
that's
collection.
my question, why?
But the container he's talking about are the DSNY wheelie bins that are chained inside the park, correct?
Yes,
And
So
No,
what
no,
we're talking about.
We're talking about fixed containers in the street, like
Right.
big, like not the.
He knows,
well,
that's
yes,
what is in that.
well, she described what was over at Bella Abza.
Yes.
And those bins that are over at Bella Abza are akin to the smaller wheelie bins that are at Hell's Kitchen.
But they don't have like a big metal.
No, this is, they have a collection of
Oh,
things which
wheelie
are
bins.
that big, which are
Yes.
3 wheels, etc. I mean, the
Oh.
question is to get enough of those and put the stuff in there, not to put it on the sidewalk.
When
That's
it's on-
my point.
But when it's on the sidewalk, it is out there for more timely collection. The key to the containerization is to not have the garbage available for the rats to get at.
If it's a closed container, the rats don't get in,
That's correct.
okay?
And so therefore, that's correct. And so overnight, it's gonna be contained in a closed container. And then the next morning, when it is to be collected, it is put out for collection by the packer crew, the garbage crew.
Alright, Paul, let's, we should talk about this offline, but I know what you're talking about, so you guys know what we call it a tilt truck. These wheelie bins, so when you
Yes.
write your letter, call it a tilt truck. That's
Yeah.
Parks language speak for wheelie bins. I know what you talk about Bella Abza, we actually was something similar, you need square everywhere, like the trash there. And it has a lid on it, it's a tilt truck that holds like 40, cubic yards of trash, cubic feet of trash. We could look at it, it just costs money and it's more work, but we could look at it at Hell's Kitchen Park. We have one, I think, right now, Paul, right, at Hell's Kitchen Park, one tilt truck.
Oh, there were, you got the
Yeah.
black ones, there were
Yeah.
four.
We have four. Oh, we have 4 tilt trucks at Hell's
We're
Kitchen.
talking about the wheelie bin.
Yeah, the tilt truck.
The question is,
I love how we have multiple.
Okay, tilt
things
truck,
at the
the
same
bigger
time.
But my understanding, the question I have is why some things are taken and put on the sidewalk and not in the tilt.
Yeah.
That's
They're
my
put-
question.
Okay, they are put on the sidewalk because they are gonna be imminently collected during the day.
But even if they are immediately, they should be in the container.
Oh, we should talk about that at Hell's Kitchen, we'll talk about all of it.
It seems to me, if I may,
Park.
if I may,
answer.
if I may help in,
Chained inside the park.
Yeah.
if I may help in moving the agenda, it seems to me that it's a work in progress. That you're trying to figure out how best to manage the trash in Hell's Kitchen Park.
That's what it's.
That you have several objections as to the way you're doing it, and you've heard them and you're gonna consider them, and that next month or the month after, you should revisit with us what you've done to make that system work effectively.
Yes, let me also comment. So one of the reasons why the bins were placed where they were is because I think that they're unsightly, and I kind of wanted to tuck them away where people would not encounter them. That was one of the goals of their placement. Clearly, these parks were not designed with that in mind. We also don't want the general public to use them when they're walking by and throwing their garbage in. We know that there's a lot of illegal dumping and people will throw their household trash in them. So we kind of wanted to tuck them away.
Are they locked?
No,
We wanted to tuck them away so that they were for parks garbage only. So where they are is where we think is a good way to go.
But the ultimate solution is to have those city bins, like we said, we do those city bins if we do a full renovation of the park.
Yeah.
So when it's a full renovation of the park, we would put a city bin with a concrete pad and make it actually official. But until then, it's really hard to locate these tilt trucks on the sidewalk, obstructing the sidewalk. People steal the tilt trucks, people graffiti the tilt trucks. At Union Square, we have this issue all the time, of people vandalizing these tilt trucks. At Bella Avenue, because Hudson Boulevard West is a very low traveled street, they're really well maintained. But we
Well, I
find
also have the money from HYHK.
that too. But so when this park gets fully redesigned, we will put in an actual permanent trash solution. Until then, it's all ad hoc.
And is there any way to, if there were funding to be available, would it be possible to do that before a full renovation?
Yeah, nothing's impossible if we funding. Yeah.
Cause I just, as we talk about this, and it is like an environmental type thing, and to have EDC, this
Yeah.
could be
Yes.
we
something.
could ask Harry Butcher to.
Especially designed these bins for us, to use, not the actual city bin you take off the shelf, it's a specially fabricated bin that we designed. With this open mesh panel in the back, especially sized for our trash, our staff like to use it, nothing's impossible, we have one,
Those were-
yes.
they were-
All right, let's move.
Move the agenda.
Any other questions on Hell's Kitchen
Yeah.
Park? Yes, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I'm Jim Parker. I'm one of the volunteer gardeners at Hell's Kitchen Park. I was president of the meeting on Monday with Dave Savage and Max Goodsey. All I would say was an excellent, very, very positive, very positive. In fact, out of it, we got a schedule for the exterminator to come this morning. I was with Bruno and Ally. They did a complete extermination of it. And I just want to say that, the response from that meeting has been very positive for us, volunteer gardeners, so feels like we're moving in the right direction. That said, we still would like to push the idea of getting the exterminator in once a week for the first 4 weeks. And then once a month ongoing, because the rat problem is so extreme in the park. We talked with the park staff and the exterminator about that. They said that's very difficult to do because of budget and the current staffing levels and stuff like that. But they did suggest that that although they couldn't promise the resource, it is possible that they can provide additional rat abatement services if we can come up with funding for it. This is coming from Dan Hernandez. I will talk more about that in terms of general terms, but he did say that it was possible to do that. So what that means is that if we were going to try and continue this rat mitigation in the park, we would need some kind of funding support. And one of the ideas that came up in our discussion about it was that since there is, I believe, a new EDC community fund coming out of fees from the cruise ship terminal, I'm probably not the first person to raise this.
I think we're very premature for that.
But it is if it's dedicated, if it's designated for neighborhood issues like health, safety, quality of life, rats in Hell's Kitchen Park seems to me like it should be one of those things which could be considered for the community fund.
Did he give you a sense of
I
the
know
dollars
Steve brought
needed?
that up.
He did not, but I can certainly get that for you fairly quickly. I just need to
Yeah,
get this.
Thank you for that report.
thank you. I would say that this should be a responsibility of parks. And I think that what he said, what the gardeners are saying, I don't think that is a burden to have an exterminator come once a week for the next month. I think, I mean, I would request that we know there's a problem, we wanna eradicate it, right? And, I mean, listen, we have to, or else if you keep putting it off and putting it off, there's gonna be rats and rats and rats. Can we at least commit to the first part of a,
I think in that meeting, we explained that we've, you guys know where rat mitigation zones are in the city. There's two of them in Manhattan right now, in Harlem and then the Lower East Side. So with this rat mitigation zones comes a lot of resources, and especially the parks, we get a lot of those resources, additional funding to set our exterminators in. But right now, we have 5 to 8 exterminators, depending on the season, that are split between 480 properties in Manhattan. So it's very difficult to schedule those guys on an actual consistent basis. What we do is blitzes, so I think we talked about doing a blitz at Hell's Kitchen Park and doing a concentrated effort, but it's really hard to guarantee that for the entire year without that rat mitigation zone, which is run by the Department of Health. So right now, Hell's Kitchen is not in that rat mitigation zone, but if you guys want to talk about that, that's a DOH issue, city council, and so on.
We should,
like, outside of the rat mitigation zone, which I believe we obviously will bring up. I mean, so you can't commit to 4 times in the next month?
I don't wanna say anything we can't actually deliver. I mean, we did say we're gonna do like a blitz, that we can commit to.
Let's.
Like going there once a week for like the next month or something like
Right.
that. But we can't like continue that the entire year.
No, I think.
No, I understand.
Okay, once a month there.
What? Yeah, no, I know, but first things first, let's see how once a
No, it
week.
wasn't 4 times a week for months.
so I'm concerned about our heavy agenda tonight, and this is taking a long time. Go ahead, sir. If you make it short, we'd appreciate it.
I think Walt, I'm the friend of Chelsea Green, we've been through this with Paul and Max, we had been around issue in our park. And I just wanna, just really quickly, do they have the closed lids bins that we have in Chelsea Green Park? No?
They're the same ones.
So, yeah, okay, because that was really effective, but I will just say, and I'm happy to talk to people offline about this, but volunteers making sure that not only are those bins used, but they are shut at the end of every evening, because what we started noticing a change was when we were stopping eating them. It's by keeping those lids shut and making things like pizza boxes weren't sticking out the top of it. That was an important turning point for us, but I'm happy to continue this conversation later. And I did have one question for Paul. Going back to this whole scheduling, like 7 to 3 thing, is there a logistical reason on your end that they have to start as early as 7?
That's the parks standard.
I understand that, but is there a special job they're doing that early?
Well, so it's the park standard. I mean, I kind of heard it like when I got there. But one of the other things is that the workers who were there also have to be supervised as part of my understanding is part of the union contract is staff in certain titles have to be supervised. So therefore you have to keep, people they're not independent.
Right.
So that becomes part of the operation and the logistics. The real issue is that you actually just need more people to cover the day parts, because it doesn't matter what time of the day. Parks are open for good, 12 hours, sometimes longer. And so therefore, there's a part of the day where there is not staff there. And so, as I talked at one meeting, they're here for the CB5, talking about being able to respond to conditions. So if there are not staff on, there's no one to respond. So it really comes down to a personnel issue. And I always would rather have more people, as I think this board knows. I want to have, staff at each one of my park houses, and I would like to have, at least a mid-shift to extend the day.
Could I just say, I'm glad you brought up the mat issue at your park. I forgot we had the same meeting 2 years ago at your park, the same exact meeting with Bob's office. And I think it really helped the issue. If there's anything we can learn from that, tell us, because we're going to the same with Hell's Kitchen Park right now.
I think the trash issue, I think gardeners, if you're tracking holes, I think making sure you see holes that are covered is a really important. It's not gonna fix it, but anything to kind of slow them down and make it harder for them to get food. I mean, that's our experience, is that the more we can kind of make it difficult for them and make the park not a place where they have all their resources.
You use the CO2 there also.
Yeah.
It's very effective.
Say that we do a Hell's Kitchen Park, it's a safe strategy.
We start our meeting off with a rat conversation. Let's move the agenda.
We're going to end with an event. I think we're going to do the next part about the next item, which is scaffold.
Sure.
Great.
Alright, scaffolding, yeah,
Thank you to the government, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming. We'll
yes.
be in touch.
Are you ready, Leslie, or?
Yeah, I was telling them, we're on the week,
So, a lot of you guys know about the scaffolding at Mathews-Palmer Park. We had a meeting with David the other day, and Bob's office and some people in this room. Scaffolding of the parks is then something that we want, but it's that needs to happen because we have a duty to act when we have an adjacent private property owner that wants to act on their private building. We can't legally stop them putting up that scaffolding. We can permit it, so it's permitted to our standards, but we can't stop them actually erecting that scaffolding because they don't right to fix their own building. So this is something we run into across the borough. It's not unique to Hell's Kitchen. Unfortunately, at this park has been traumatized with scaffolding over the past half a decade or more at this point. And it's very unfortunate that the other building in this park, there's 4 buildings that border this park. This building on the south side also needs scaffolding. We were able to successfully convince them about the liability of not putting it up, while the other scaffold was up. After that scaffold was taken down on 46th Street, they came back to us and they really wanted their scaffolding up at this point. They thought it was in very unsafe condition with their stucco falling down. DOB seemed to agree, so we let them put up their scaffolding in July of this year. In July of this year, they said it would take about 3 months to fully complete the work at the stucco building. That is passing next week. And work, as you guys know, has not started yet here, and I want to make that very clear. We're not trying to hide the truth here at all, we're trying to be as honest as possible. Work has not started at this building to mitigate this issue when the scaffolding has been up. This is due to an insurance issue, and for whatever reason, Parks or the building did not catch this in time. I don't know what happened necessarily. We checked the insurance at Parks, we have a whole mechanism to do this. So I'm not sure why this happened, but it did happen, and we're trying to now fix this situation. The building did get their insurance back in place for the building this past week, so their insurance is in place. Right now, they're going to DOB to get the actual work permit through DOB to actually start work. There's a few permits you have to get with DOB. The first permit is that scaffolding permit to actually put up the scaffolding. The next permit is to get with private property, Parks, to put up the scaffolding in our property, in your property, the public. And then get that work permit. That work permit costs them money each day they have it, so they don't necessarily have to get it the day they get their permit scaffolding. So they reapply for that work permit after their insurance was approved. I've been in the building, no joke, every single day, of the past month now, to get them to start work again. They are gonna start work very, very soon, and when they start work, it should take no more than 3 to 4 weeks to actually complete this work. So we're hoping 3 to 4 weeks. And we can only go off what the building tells us. Of course, the city has power, but the DOB is the ultimate decider here, and when the DOB gives their permit for scaffolding, their scaffold is allowed to be out in the park. In parks, you guys know something called alienation. When you take away parkland from the public, you alienate it. That goes into effect 2 years from when this starts work. This has been nowhere near that yet, so the conversations are taking place. But what the important thing to know is we are talking with the building, we're speaking with them every day. This is very different than the situation that happened on 45th Street. It's a very positive relationship we have with this building, and I want to emphasize that it's very positive. The NYPD knows about this issue. I met with them last week at the site. Our PEP officers know about this issue, and you guys know this is causing conditions next to the scaffolding of people laying down the ping pong tables and other things that are not necessarily suitable for a playground. And if you guys see something happen in this park, David knows this, you guys should know this. Call my cell phone, call Paul, we will call PEP, and PEP will go there and make the situation better. They've done this, I think, 2 times last week. Park Enforcement Patrol. They are like a civil authority. They don't really do criminal offenses, so they might not arrest them for a criminal penalty, but they do civil penalties. So lawlessness, littering, stuff like that. The biggest thing here is communication between us, you guys, us, the Parks Board, and please the building too. I'm gonna give Leslie, and I actually emailed you guys before, Jesse and Leslie, the building's email address. If you guys have direct questions, email them. They are willing to respond to you guys. So please email them direct instead of hearing directly from me. Yeah.
Max, thank you. I think this committee and the community at large has PTSD. And I think we all can understand to a certain extent about bureaucracy and, insurance needs and scaffolding. It happens all over the city. What I think is totally unacceptable is the conditions that arise from the scaffolding is not being attended to. Getting the scaffolding down is one thing, okay, I understand you got to jump through hoops and there's a lot of paperwork going back and forth. But if you're having drug dealers, the picture I saw the other day on email of a butcher's knife found near the playground was so disturbing, it was this big. It was,
It was on the news.
Yeah, that's.
it was absolutely disturbing. And when we send you these pictures, or when the community sends these pictures, always says, yes, we're working on it. That has to be eradicated. You can't have drug dealers under the scaffolding, you can't have tattoo artists laying on ping pong tables, you can't have butcher knives found near a playground. So again, problem, but now it's not the major problem.
Yeah.
It's what's happening because of it.
So, let me just comment also part of that. One of the issues with the scaffolding was when it was put up, it had to, I guess, go around ping pong table. It had to, with the full shadow, had to be erected. And so there wasn't a bottom rail put in, which left space for people to get in. We've had the contractor fix that. So while it will not be I can't say it's gonna be perfect, the easier access has been blocked. So hopefully that will at least significantly reduce people getting underneath it. I'm well aware that people do get underneath there, and so people stop to it. And also, this is on the radar of PEP to do more frequent stop sign to keep an eye on what's going on.
But that being said, we do have an option to expand the scaffolding. If we think this ping pong table is a big issue, we can ask them to envelop the entire ping pong table with vents. So it's not accessible. Well, that's what we didn't want to do. We don't like taking away more park space than we have to, which is why we kept it open.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the answer to nefarious action, but okay.
We could close it off, seriously, if that's the community wants, we could ask them for more scaffolding up around the ping pong table, and so people can't lie on it. But we try to keep it open so people can potentially use it for whatever they use it for.
Does anyone have any questions before we go to the public?
I have, oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I do, I have a question.
Wait, hold on, before we go to the public, I just
Oh,
want, that's
sorry.
okay. If there's any questions from the committee on this, because I know there's many members of the public that want to speak on.
More frequent stops by pet is obviously a better answer than isolated the ping pong table.
And also, is there communication with NYPD? Because I know
Yes.
we were talking about that, and I think that should be that maybe should be explored.
1000%. We had a meeting with 2 officers last week with our S team. I was there at that meeting, I heard that event. But we can do a weekly meeting with them. You know, I'm okay organizing that, if that's what you guys want us to do. But the most important thing is we're on the record right now, say what you need to say to us on the record. So we can send people back to this meeting on YouTube and say, look what the community saying about this park.
I mean, I think we can talk to Midtown North, because right, that's the precinct, Midtown North.
And those are the NC.
We can talk to them about visits there. I mean, Loris Rubin, who is on our community board, is also the community council president there, so we can.
We would love any support you guys can help us with things, absolutely.
Okay. Anyone from the public I know?
I have a question. So I live on the block and I live west of the park and I see what goes on in that park. And I can tell you that as soon as it gets dark, you don't want to walk on that side of the street. And I just don't understand why that park needs to close at 9 o'clock at night. No children are playing there. They're drinking, they're drugging, the music is going. I mean, I live 4 buildings away from it. I can lay in my bed and hear the music pounding at night. That's insane. I know when the park is left open overnight. And that park really needs to close when it gets dark. It should not be closing at 9 o'clock at night.
Paul?
Excuse me, you're getting over the cold everybody else.
So
has, so
it's a
just
dangerous
watch that.
situation for.
What I would suggest is, park closing times are generally standardized based on the type of property that it is. But you can make a request that some parks close at different times, and I think that you might have put that request.
Should we make it to you right now?
I will include it in my, I don't know what the actual procedure
At
is.
least to explore it, because I don't want to do
Yeah.
anything official, but if you can explore that possibility.
Get that park closed.
We should definitely talk about that.
Yes,
Yes.
so I'm hearing
No,
it,
but-
so.
We don't make decisions in a vacuum. You guys, you have to understand that. We do not make our own decisions in a vacuum. We rely on you guys to help us make these decisions. We're not just gonna say the park closes at 6 and that's it. We need to come from you guys, the community that says that's okay. Because according to our rules, our parks are supposed to close at 9 p.m. So we keep it open as long as possible, so New York is gonna join them. If you guys really want us to close our park earlier, we need that come from you guys to the community.
There's already there.
It's dark, it's dark.
Yeah, we don't-
It's summer hours, it changes by season, right?
It
When
does.
gets dark. I mean-
It's gonna start closing at around, what time, 6 now?
I think it's, no, I think,
No.
I think it's November first.
Yeah, November
That
1st.
the time changes.
Maybe we can,
Changes to what?
That's when daylight savings.
I have to look and see whether it's 6 or
It
7.
will be a very hard ask for us to close the park 3-4 hours before it's supposed to close. We sometimes go an hour before, maybe, if you guys go to Bellevue South Park in CB6, we had a similar situation. The police actually have us close the park an hour before it's supposed to close. But it's something we can talk about. It's not something we're opposed to by any means. It's just that 3 hours is a lot of time. And people do want to use public property. So we can balance that.
my worry is
Yeah.
though, I think it's because, and this happens, we're seeing it spotty in the district. Because of the scaffolding, it's attracting, a lot of this action, not that it wasn't happening before,
Right.
but that it's attracting, and that when the scaffolding is gone, it might stay. And I think that might, like some of the, bad actors might, I'm not saying that will happen. I'm just saying, I think that might.
And it's also a charging station, you know that ski bike riders, they come with their bikes. There's along the wall where the compost is, there's outlets, and you see them, they're charging their batteries and it's just.
In the park, in the park?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
that's
it's fine.
By the restrooms,
I guess the restroom.
Where?
Is it on the outside or the
it's
inside?
on the outside behind the compost.
They should not be accessing that, but we should definitely, they should not be accessing that.
Yeah.
I would actually love this, direction and, I'm there with my boys like every day. And, Success Academy that's down a ways uses that playground for their recess, but around like 2 o'clock, they're done. And so if we're there between like 2 and 5, that's when it will often just be me and them and like 15 men who the other day just started like fighting with each other, like just for fun, and like freaked my kids out. We had to leave, and they've got their bikes and they're laying on the ping pong tables, they're doing drugs, they're doing all this stuff. So if you can get patrols like in that period of time, because then the adults come, they like, will play basketball or do whatever. But it's kind of like that weird in between time when there's like not any school groups coming and other people haven't come either. So, and it's just very weird. It's like if they come in and there's a lot of people there, they won't stay. But we will go, and it's just like, it feels very lawless and it feels very
I think this might be like a McCaffrey.
I was just saying, actions speak a lot louder than words. And if you could see what we did at the Cafe Playground with the 43rd Street Block Association, or even this community.
that playground.
And Midtown South.
And Midtown South, so you do something just think of what we did there, but please talk to the people on the cafe, don't just believe us. Like something very similar happened at the Cafe Playground, I think the situation is a lot better than it was before, and we could try to treat something similar.
Well, we should do that tomorrow. Oh, yeah, tomorrow we start to Midtown North and
I agree
get
with
that
that.
same situation. If maybe, and maybe if we can get some of the block officers to come around at that time, just to take a look. We did it at another park and it
Yeah.
seemed to be, helpful.
Yeah, that's
So-
helpful,
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So thanks, everybody. So my name's David, I'm the president of the 45th Street Block Association. So I think when we say scaffolding, right, like, it seems rather benign. There's so many problems. I understand about bureaucracy in the city, and I understand there's reasons for these things to happen. But right now, when there is some kind of danger because plaster's falling off a building, and it's on a wall that abuts public space, which is very limited, especially in Hell's Kitchen, especially green space. Scaffolding becomes the answer. I think scaffolding is a shit answer, to be honest with you. Like, if you're having scaffolding for construction, I totally understand it. But if you're trying to prevent something from falling down and injuring somebody, it doesn't necessarily mean you need 500 square feet of scaffolding with the terrible netting that people can get behind, that we use for prostitution, for drug dealing, for selling the drugs. And it's one of those kind of issues that stacks on top. So when there's the kind of drug dealing and stuff happening in our community that we see, and we see that people are getting back there and doing it, it kind of attracts it. It's like the garbage bag for the rats. That's basically what scaffolding is. So if we want to try to help solve the problem, scaffolding can't be the only solution to every problem with side, like some kind of danger or something falling off. I know for a fact that you can run netting down the side of the building, but all it is a mesh net, it goes down the side of the building, nothing can fall, hit anybody. So I think, first of all, we have to look at scaffolding as like, it's not a fix-all. Second of all, even if scaffolding is there to be a safety precaution, which I totally understand, there has to be some kind of time frame between if there's a safety problem and when work starts, right? It can't just be scaffolding goes up to prevent some kind of safety problem, and then now the permitting process starts and we see like 3 months goes by and not a single thing has been done. And I'm sorry, I don't buy any of this, that scaffolding is gonna be up. It's gonna start getting cold, you can't do that kind of work in the cold, it's going to be up through the winter. And the other thing is, if there is a period of time when work isn't being done, why is scaffolding remain? I understand maybe outside on the sidewalk or something, but why in a public space when it's so limited? To me, that just seems like something, you don't do work for a week, that scaffolding comes down. I mean, it's like, I know this is larger than this meeting, but it's like, these are kind of things that might require city law ordinances or city council or things like that. But when I look at these problems, this looks to me to be something that is systemic. It can't just be Mathews-Palmer that this is happening in. And if it's systemic, then we need to solve that systemic problem and not just keep going and putting the same thing over and over again and getting the same results.
Yes.
Because a building that has insurance issues 3 months after the scaffolding goes up, that does not seem like a good relationship to me. And quite frankly, I don't really give a damn about a good relationship with that. What I give a damn about is having a playground so the kids can go and enjoy it without necessarily coming across an 8-inch, field knife, or these guys that are there. And trust me, like, I'm a pretty big person. I walk through there, these guys stare me down.
Yeah, that's scary.
All I'm doing is walking from 45th Street to the side, look at things. These guys are like staring me down, like just waiting for some excuse to jump up. So I think the situation is far more dangerous than we're letting on. And I think like, yes, getting officers, I've already sent a note to Dolores, I'm gonna be at the Midtown North precinct meeting and, to make sure that's there. But this situation is dangerous, it's growing more dangerous. And there's people who aren't here who have reported that they've seen other knife fights. So, I think it might be a cultural thing, but it's like, there have been people reporting to me about 2 women having a knife fight and their kids had to leave the park. So danger here is growing, scaffolding is a magnet for it.
Maybe people online that, Jesse, is there anyone online that wants to speak on this issue? Or in the public?
Yeah, looks like we have one person
Great, if you can bring them over, this might be a good time,
doing so.
thank you.
Oh, we have a couple others.
Right.
So yeah, Leslie, go off mute when you want to, and you can begin to speak.
Hi,
You're on
Leslie,
mute.
you're on mute.
I'm also bringing over Joe Novak.
Great.
Great.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi, everyone. Leslie Woodruff. I am a Block Association board member with David Stewart for HK 4546. And I also run a parents group in the neighborhood. So I'm only jumping in here to say thank you to to David for continuing to push this up the ladder, and also to throw out an outside the box idea that's really different but not so crazy. So, when you go into a subway station and there's a sign on the wall that says, "I'm your station manager. you know, John Smith from the MTA, if you have any questions or concerns, call me. I wonder if we could have some sort of signage on this park as like a, you know, testing pool for seeing how it works. Have either the park managers, you know, information, or have our quality of life officers information. People are not going to call 911 when it's not life threatening. And honestly, we've stopped calling, everyone I know has stopped calling 311 because it's not been effective. So the most effective thing that I tell people is save these phone numbers in your phone for the quality of life officers and contact them whenever you see something that they can potentially respond to quickly. That's what I'm always recommending to parents in the neighborhood, and they always save those numbers in their phone and appreciate it and feel like they've been heard. I'm just wondering if we could put that information at the park entrances so that we can be more effective in, you know, addressing some of these things in a more timely manner. That's just throwing it out there. If the MTA can do it, and we all know that MTA has tons of problems, why not parks?
I think that,
Fun. 311, we respond to 311s all the time. We may not always call you back. But we take action on the things that are reported to us by 311. Including community correspondence. I have correspondence even from somebody on this committee that I'm in the process of responding to. So we do respond to 311. But also, I believe on every consolidated rule sign that's at the entrance to the park is the park's website. We can begin to communicate with the agency by going on.
I think I understand. I think she's saying if there's an immediate issue at the park, there are guys there doing drugs, we're not gonna go on a website and
I
then,
understand.
okay.
Well, yes, so, but we were aware of that problem and we're going to address what has been described. This is kind of that's a specialty problem at this particular location. But in general, you know, if there is a condition or a concern, you can call 311, we get them in like 2 days. And give it to us.
But that's, did you just hear what I just said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 2 days, I mean, I think,
So you're talking about.
I think she's saying if there's something going on right now and it's not life threatening, you're not gonna call 911. If there's guys shooting up, you know, or whatever, I
Right, but
think they want attention. Leslie, I don't wanna put words in your mouth.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, we need to be able to report this to someone who can, you know, potentially respond very quickly. Our quality of life officers, or Max was suggesting the PEP team would be a terrific way to have like a first line of, you know, communication, but an email address would definitely not be effective. And I just think it would give the whole community a little bit more sense of, you know, connectedness to be able to communicate firsthand. I mean, I'm not authorized to print that and post it. So I just share it amongst all of the, you know, Hell's Kitchen families, and whoever I speak to in the parks that, you know, complain. I always say, rather than just complain and talk to one another about it, the best thing you can do is communicate this back to our local officers. So yes, having an actual telephone number with the name and possibly even a photograph of, you know, the person that would be responding, it's a very comforting thing.
That's, we can definitely take it up in another meeting. I think it's a valid idea. Do you have any thoughts?
And could I just add, I know sometimes it feels like you're shouting into the void when you are reporting something to 311. But through my own personal experience in my neighborhood with the safety issue, the city looks at data reported to them, and they use that in their decision matrix of where they're going to allocate resources. So we didn't get any results until we flooded the zone continuously with 311 complaints. And then we got immediate responses. So even if it's discouraging and you feel like something's not happening, please just keep reporting to 311 as much as possible.
So thank you for mentioning that. That's how we allocate a lot of funding in this department. But also, you guys in this room, and maybe online too, has Paul's phone number and has my phone number. You guys can text or call at any time too, if you don't want to call 301, at least in this neighborhood. which if you don't have my phone number, ask me for it.
Do both.
All right, I think she's talking about the greater.
I know. I'm just saying.
Okay.
No,
But
Max,
worse-
I love harassing you. You're my favorite person to harass. But I do want to just point out that, you know, when you are like a bit of a vigilante, if you will, around the community and you're filing a lot of 311 reports and they're just getting closed very systematically, and occasionally you'll get some semblance of a good response that says officers went by, but there was nothing, you know, there was nothing going on. Well, yeah, 2.5 hours later, of course, there's nothing going on. So if we just had a way to spur a more timely response, otherwise, you know, for a long time, I was begging people to file 311 reports. I was like, put the app on your phone or walk down the street. I mean, at the worst of times, I was walking down the street with my phone, with the video open, so that if I witnessed anything, I could take a video. Those were definitely bad times, post-pandemic. But I mean, I was begging people to put in 311 reports, but everyone just said, like, for what? They're just going to get closed, you know, unceremoniously. So again, just reiterating that having like a lifeline with a real person matters. Thanks.
Lisa? You're on mute, Lisa.
I agree that people are concerned about whether or not to report to 311 or what the value is. And I understand that even if the data gets collected, there's some value. But I'm just wondering, there's nothing happening in the city that officials aren't aware of. But if rather than just reporting through a call or a text, if we were sending photos, would that help more? I mean, what do we do to get over this sort of normalization of deviance? I know they're aware, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, photos are great, especially with timestamp them and location stamp them. Seriously, they're very helpful.
That they being 311.
Yeah, everyone can submit through the app. The app is actually fantastic for parks. You can choose exactly where the situation happened on the GIS layer, or just email it to us, so we have those metadata too.
And you can attach all the.
Yeah.
Leslie, we have Joe Novak, who has a hand up, and I brought her over from attendees.
Thank you, Jesse. Go ahead, Jim.
I'll walk back.
Are you telling me to go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So listen, I agree with David. I've been, that ever since that park has gotten the scaffolding up, and it has drawn an element of, you know, mild crime. I'll call it mild crime because, you know, I don't see anyone with guns there or anything, but it makes it very undesirable to go to the park. And you know, I certainly don't feel safe in the park, and I go there quite a bit for you know, to put food scraps into the Lower East Side ecological I forget, yeah, whatever. So I'm wondering, that seems to me, and I have done 311, and Leslie's right, it just comes up as closed. It's irrelevant. But which city agency do we work with to address this, aside from the fact that we all here, the people who are attending, I can see their faces, attend the precinct meetings in the middle of the month? Aside from that, I mean, how do you get some action on this?
I just suggest one more thing you guys do. Instead of just doing one, we have a separate web form on our website. They can actually contact our commissioner too. Now, the commissioner is not going to respond directly to you, but it's going to get routed to one of us. And we have to respond to these just like 301, but it's different than a 301 complaint. It's not going to give that auto-generated message. We actually have to respond to it individually. So it's on our website. It's contact the commissioner. Use that form.
Okay, so CB4. So I go to CB4's website and I contact
The Parks Department.
The Parks Department.
Yeah, contact us, and there's a form to say contact our commissioner. Click that form. It's different than 311. It's more personalized.
Okay, and this will go to the new commissioner, I'm sure, right?
And it will go to her, but it will get routed to one of us, the local level, so we can actually answer the question. But
Okay,
it's all documented, it's all the public record.
just out of curiosity, because I've heard her name before, but she's just been recently put in that position. Would you give me the commissioner's
Yeah.
name again?
Commissioner Iris Rodriguez Rosa, she's a 40-year veteran of New York City Parks, rose through the ranks from a lifeguard, she's incredible. Yeah, if we're hiring lifeguards right now, by the way, if you know anyone that needs a job. 40 miles an hour.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a very good suggestion. I appreciate it. And thank you so much, all of you, for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we,
Agenda.
oh, wait,
Next item.
hold on. Do we foresee, does anyone wanna write a letter? Is it, oh, hold on, does anyone? Do we think this is a letter? Do we wanna talk about this? Do we wanna talk about the idea of a number, of a sign, of a contact? Do we wanna talk about the knife? Do we wanna talk about the connection of Midtown North? And see if we can then CC them on a letter. If we don't think we need a letter, and we can just do all this kind of behind the scenes, but it's up to you guys.
I mean, I could, obviously we are talking to parks now, but if it does help to write an official letter, just documenting all of the issues and incidents, and I think, the scaffolding situation will hopefully be resolving itself. And that will be dealt with, but, as others have said, once the scaffolding is gone, it's not gonna immediately make the problem go away, because there's always kind of issues there, especially on the 45th Street side. That seems to be the side where most of the drug use happens. I've personally one day collected over 50 crack vials from one treatment. So, and then the other day I was there with David and Matt and Carl, and I found just standing there looking in one portion of the treatment, 10 crack vials, a bunch of random pills. So I think asking more officially for there to be a coordinated effort between PEP, Parks, NYPD to do more to patrol this area and ensure that the intended use of the park is being seen and that we're not having it overrun by people who are, doing drugs or fighting or creating an environment that makes it so that families don't want to be there. Very similar to McCaffrey. I think that, and then also noting, I think we should attach photos of the knife, attach photos of other, under the scaffolding, there was an umbrella, there were pillows, there was lots of trash. There's no way that trash was there when the scaffolding went up. So I think just noting the situation and asking for, continued enforcement of the area.
I
Yes,
think that is a great framework.
Would you write something
I
like a letter?
I wanna add on to that, because I think that's a good summation, we should cover it, but I don't want to ignore the proactive preventive medicine type things brought on by this man. I mean, there are ideas here that can be done before all this happens, and we should state them, even if they don't come to fruition, we should be looking at ways to solve the problem before that happens. I don't know if they're viable, but they've been stated, he's talking to other people about it, and I think we should include those
Yeah,
recommendations.
and Leslie's
I think
idea
we
of
should
having
constantly
signage,
explore
phone
things
numbers.
like that.
The ask on that letter should be more patrol. At least at a
Part of the
minimum.
standard operating procedure that when any sort of construction scaffolding is erected at a New York City park, that there's increased pet presence as just standard protocol.
Cause we have similar issues at Vermont Park Day. Although is that a little
That's
bit
getting a lot better.
better?
Do we have a second for that, second? Great.
All in favor?
No,
Any opposed? Present not eligible. Any other category? Present not eligible? Abstain?
David, do you have I'm sorry, do you have a last, if you can make it short, because we have a
Very
long
quick.
agenda.
So I think the thing with 311, right, like, I'm not here to like dump on that, but if you're asking the community to report these things, like, I'm always walking around the community because I'm the president of the Block Association, but even so, I can only get to Mathews-Palmer a few times a week at most. Most people there see those people, they're not 311 because it's a mom with 2 little kids or something. So it's like, if 311 is the means for us to get resources there, it's a very flawed system. So I love data, data is important, but it cannot be the only thing. And you cannot rely just on community because it has so many other things on its plate. I love the idea of like, if it's a systemic issue, scaffolding attracts crime. What are we doing with scaffolding? So it's like, this is more than I think this meeting, I think this is part of the purpose going back and reevaluating the entire system of scaffolding and what it means when there's a safety issue, when scaffolding goes up, what its purpose is, are there other options that the building can use?
Yeah, we can definitely,
All those kind of.
I think we can maybe not deep dive in the letter, but we can, yes.
No,
And this is last comments, I wanna wrap it up.
Mention it.
Very, just to reiterate, the request to close it earlier, because I live on 45th in that avenue, like a few doors down, and there will be children there at night, but they're children of the adults who are doing the drugs and doing the things. And so I think maybe that's part of the reason why it's been open so late, is it's like, oh, it's being utilized by families, but then unfortunately, a lot of those families, the adults are involved with doing the drugs and doing the.
Okay,
crime.
if the block association doesn't object, I mean, you know, that's a big
Yeah.
ask to
Yeah,
close
just
them
to,
early.
just to clarify though, like, I'm sure that might be why. If you're not there
Yeah.
walking by every day, you don't connect to the dots and it looks like, oh, the families are using the park. But it's like it's being used for things that shouldn't be used for, so.
I'll ask the question. The community, like if people are cool with that.
Ooh, what?
Closing
Closing
the park.
there. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
And thank you.
we're gonna move on from, are you part of their block association or their?
No,
No.
no.
Okay, okay.
Go back to the-
Oh, okay, okay. So Katie, do you mind writing that letter since you so eloquently frameworked it out?
You nailed it.
That's right. Yeah, that was good.
Um,
Next item, we have two more parks items.
Yeah, go.
So, I just wanted to find out, there was a question with PS 33 asking to use the Chelsea Rec Center while the night, in preparation for night jet, and then I heard they were refused, but I think you guys have scheduled something with their principal.
Yeah, Coral from Blockers office reached out to me. We're gonna have a meeting with her. We're gonna talk about our policy around that. It's just rec centers are treated differently than our parks and playgrounds are. It's a paid space versus a free and open space, so slightly different rules.
Okay, but is that being taken care of, and is that,
We're gonna talk about the principal. I'm gonna see exactly what they need.
when is that?
I don't know if it's scheduled yet, talk to Carl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last thing, I guess, with parks is, the Chelsea Green fence. I think that it was in the Dropbox about, Sally, why don't you take this, lead the lead on this?
Well,
And
it's a
then-
very good segue, because we're talking about proactive preventive crime. We had, if you all read the letter in the Dropbox, we had proposed, we've always wanted a higher fence at our park, a perimeter fence. At the time that the park was built, the commissioner wanted a low
Thanks, sir.
fence to keep things open to the public. And so the fence was built to a certain height. People still scale the fence, there's still bad stuff happening in the park. And we've been trying to think of a way that we can make the fences higher and keep out people from climbing into the park after dark. That would be aesthetic and could do the job. We had a meeting with Paul and Max, the Friends Group and the Block Association. We realized we can't build up spikes because then people that are trying to scale the fence could get hurt on that. And we're not looking to hurt, 16-year-old kids that are trying to come into the park and play the music. We just came up with this idea of doing curved tops, like arches on the top of the fence. We said if there's round and if we try to scale that, they won't be able to hurt themselves. And by rounding the top, you also keep an open view of people. It's still an invitation. It doesn't block the view. So we have talked about it. The instant reception from Paul and Max was this sounds like a good idea. I never back to you. That was June. So we wrote a letter to the commissioner, asking for a response. Is this doable or isn't it doable? And if it's not doable, why is it, we're looking for a test? That was the purpose. Let's test the concept somewhere. We volunteered to be the test. We have a low flat top fence that's being scaled. We want to fix the problem before we have the rape-ful murder in our park. Right now, all we have is broken glass and, loud music and nothing terrible. But we don't want to wait till that happens.
Okay, so,
And
so we wanna,
yeah, and it's not just us, because this is parks all over that have the low fence. I mean, this is citywide, any park that has a perimeter fence. Well,
I mean, so this board has been long on record for the higher fence height. From every part, I mean, pretty much all the DEP, the new park. coming
Head
up.
south, you guys are successful.
10
on.
South, yeah, I mean, we could send another administrative letter, we don't need to vote on it, I mean, it's an administrative letter, we can just resend.
Yeah.
In general, but I think Sally was talking about.
it's the way to do it. The point is, there is a problem. We get there's a problem. So the idea, once we thought about the problem is, well, how can we?
Right, so what is the
address
response, their
problem?
response is,
So,
So I do have a response, so the communication letter is talking, I do have your letter to respond on officially, I'm gonna respond to you. I haven't discussed the letter with the commissioner yet, but what I will tell you is we did put in a work request with blacksmiths to look at this and see if this could be fabricated. So this is something that's different, and the slow step with them is that the tradesmen are always very, very busy. I think it's like if you're trying to find a good plumber like I did 2 weeks ago, you can appreciate the backlog. So that request has been in. I have not discussed this with the commissioner. There's been no decision as to how, or the chief, as to how our tradesmen are going to respond to this one in particular. I did receive the pictures, I think, with the.
My room.
With the drawings, and it's a very good drawing, which is actually gonna be something very, very useful for us to work with. So, so what I would say is, informally, those are gonna be the next steps before it actually has to happen. It has to be designed, it has to be approved as a strategy, but, this was actually a good strategy, put it in the letter that way, because now it's truly in the chain. So I'm going to be responding this evening, to the agency that I discussed this with you at this meeting. And, that we've also talked about what we think next steps in developing this are. But I know that it's going to need commissioners or the chief's approval to go, forward with action.
That's wonderful news, but you have raised another question in my mind. Maybe I'm being too premature. Let's say that the blacksmith or whoever does the design, can't get to it for 5 years, or he thinks it'd be too hard. No, I'm just throwing stuff out there. Let's say there is that stumbling block. If it's agreed by, the commissioner, and everything like that, we really need to try this. Is there a way around that objection?
This is not lost on me, because every time I come to a meeting, I make a report, it goes to the commissioner, and I mention what you said at the last meeting. Actually, that was off the record, actually, that you said you wanted it to be a model for other locations. Now, I wasn't thinking about that until you actually said it, but I included that in my report, because I do think it's a very, very valuable recommendation. I was at the meeting, when they were talking about the fence height, and I gotta tell you, I have no problem with the record, I agree with the community. I think our parks are special spaces, and fences should be high enough to protect them. So I think, you're in good stead. We've never cast this aside, but I think, once again, getting back to, the need for the human resources to actually construct the work. And so that's kind of what stopped us. I guess the original question, when we had that visit back in June, right at the beginning of pool season. So, all the specialty stuff, it's not gonna happen. But now that's over. So now we can, push it along a little bit more effectively. And it's been reported. I will just
Well, with you and Max on my side, I don't know how.
How can you lose?
I'll make this quick, we've accomplished a lot of that part. This one is especially hard because it goes against agency policy. And
Because
really,
what?
it goes against the agency policy right now for lower fences. So right now you're fighting a policy that the entire agency has, which is very difficult, which is why we're able to do so much in your park, but this one in particular is so hard for us. This is our policy is to keep lower fences, it was built as a lower fence. Penn South was successful in keeping the higher fence that existed, so you're not tearing that down, and putting a lower fence there. The one at the DEP shaft site at 48th and 10th. We actually modified that fence before it was actually constructed, so it has more of a, not spikes, but it's more what's that called, pickets. But this one is hard because it's built, we have nobody to do it with, which is secondary to the fact that it's agency policy that it's not. But we're trying, to see what we can do and respond to you, because we know it's a concern of yours, so trying.
Okay, and that's fine. So, once again, if you know, if I understand what the issue is, I don't know that we come up with an answer, but if you state that that's the problem. I don't think it's a good one. I mean, yeah, but because that's the case, then yes, we do have to figure out how to do it, because we shouldn't be in a situation where something terrible is about to happen, because this is what happened.
So,
when
so
we wanted-
another answer could be is this site is not capitally eligible yet. So if you want to submit a request to replace this fence, which is what should be done, right, if you actually want to, instead of modifying the fence, which is very difficult to modify an existing thing, if you want to replace the entire fence with a higher fence. That's a budget request you guys can make too,
So you're saying it would be easier to replace versus then.
to modify, it comes out of a different lines, but again, money is secondary to the actual policy. It will come out of the expense side, but again, policy is what trumps here versus the money. You guys can come to us tomorrow and say you have $30,000 to do this, you're still gonna fight against our policy. But if it's purpose built, the capital project, the capital process, where it goes through EDC, it goes through all these other reviews, that's an easier process than actually just us modifying it.
Okay, so let's say we win this, let's say that happens, or it doesn't happen in our park. If a park is under construction or a fence is being replaced, does that mean that they have a better chance to at least test it to see?
Oh,
if it's
yeah,
done?
absolutely. They
So
have to
that's
do-
another way.
Because it doesn't, it hasn't been through EDC yet, it hasn't been through the community yet. Again, we don't do things back things here. Yeah, it's all out in the public, all really open, it's designed by committee, not designed by someone.
I mean, I'm most anxious to have it tested and tried, and then if everybody loves it, we can just worry about replacing ours, if that's how it has
Hey,
to
when
be.
we go to the meeting for McCaffrey Playground, you better say you wanna keep the higher fence there, because that's whole park's gonna be constructed with the money we're getting from the rezoning.
We won't say otherwise.
Exactly, so any other park you see, keep advocating, like, you guys have been very successful with this, Penn South was gonna have a 4-foot fence, but you guys successfully fought against that, keep this open.
And from what we understand, and this may be off the record, when I say off the record, not real.
It's totally on the record.
Yeah, it's on the record, but when I mean off the record, not in a letter, but I think park staff has informally, let's put informally, told us that the high, you know, they like the higher fences because they don't have to deal with.
I'm not gonna
the
comment
higher
on that, it's
stuff.
agency
Gotcha.
policy, that is.
I understand.
Paul did say, he went on the record saying he likes the higher fence.
Oh, okay, okay.
Now my question you mentioned something about changes to the DEP fence design.
Hmm.
How high is that fence still the 5
It's
foot?
still the 5-foot fence, we just modified it so it's not the straight top rail anymore. So we took that top rail off, so it's not a sharp picket, it's still a picket though, so people when they
Yeah,
climb over these
same
fences,
thing.
they grab onto it and they hoist themselves over, it's a little bit more difficult.
So then that's the same thing she's talking about.
But the difference is that this
Yeah.
fence has not yet been constructed.
Right.
And that fence.
No, but she, yes, what I'm saying is she just said the design, she wants, right? She just wanted to offer a design difference that
Yeah.
could maybe be, like, connect the two problems, you know, like
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah, it's.
or offer a
it's-
solution.
Yeah.
And if it has to happen for the first time on a to-be-built park, fine.
Yeah,
Because if
so
it works.
it might not be the arches that she suggested, but it is something they designed that would achieve possibly
but
the
that's-
same result.
That's been through procurement, it's been through design, it's been.
Yeah.
construction.
So that might be, Sally, something to
So-
look at, yeah.
With those pickets, does that increase the height at all, or the top of the picket is still 5 feet?
Still 5 feet, it's still the same height.
And then my other question is, I mean, obviously, our board has talked at length about this. Are there other boards in Manhattan who have similar concerns?
Actually, it's the most vocal one.
Yeah,
You
it's
can- you-
that's
You
the
can even
whole.
talk the CB6, I mean, I brought up CB6 again, talk the CB6 on how they're treating Bellevue South Park. Bellevue South Park, we reconstructed, it's right across from the hospitals on First Avenue, like Bellevue and all these other city hospitals. they have a lot of issues there too, and we lowered the fence. They were very wary of it and talked to them, we're not seeing the issues they thought we were gonna see.
That's okay, well, no,
All right.
it's not,
Yeah.
we're on record, we don't like, and this goes back to, I don't know if anyone remembers, this goes back to Lowell. Remember,
yeah.
Like, Parks,
And
we've
I
been,
think, you know, the other issue, is it helpful when we do talk about the fence heights, that we also note the crime and unsavory activities that are happening, and that the fact that, you know, the only real way to keep that out of the park is by closing the gates. Like, how tall is Mathews-Palmer? That's like, that's like a 12-foot fence.
That's tall, I think that's 10 foot, yeah, that's a tall fence.
And then I'm just wondering, currently, the DEP site itself, because it's not anything, it has like a 12-foot fence.
The chain link, yeah.
Yeah, does DEP have any security issues and wanting to make sure from their end that?
Not that I've heard, maybe, but I haven't heard anything. I mean, what's the DEP site, the land is owned by DEP, we manage the prop zone. So our PEP officers will have full authority in that space. We will also have maintenance authority in that space, but it's still DEP property that we have access to all the time.
do you have pictures of the design fence that you can send to
Yeah,
Sally?
we can probably.
Sally, maybe, he could send you pictures of that,
Of what?
the design that they said that they're doing for the top of the fence.
Oh, that would be
Yeah,
great.
we'll
If
do
you
that.
send it to Sally, just to.
Yeah.
All right.
You have my email and my.
Jesse, is there anyone in the public that wants to, because I think unless there's questions from the committee on anything else, parks, I think that's the last park item. I don't know if there was someone in the. Oh,
Joan,
I just,
Yeah,
hold on, Jesse, I'm sorry, there's one more person in the room, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't see.
as the head of the Friends of Chelsea community, I just wanna say we appreciate Sally's effort, and we're glad that she took the lead on this, we were happy to be a part of it, and we are grateful for the dialogue we have both in this meeting and offline with Waterfront, so thank you, and we have people online, who are here for the same reason, to support Sally, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Joan, I think, has her hand up. I don't know if that was from before or,
Heather had her hand up too. I'm bringing over Joan now.
okay. Hi, Heather, I see you're over, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just want to thank you also on behalf of Chelsea Green for considering this design because it is concerning what could happen after dark when people are in there, but also the next day when all the babies are crawling around on the green and what they could pick up, what could, they could ingest or hurt themselves with. So it would be really important for the community if we could have this really smart change in design to the fence.
Thank you, Heather. Joan?
Yes, you know, we were just having a block association meeting this week and Steve Simon was on. And it seemed to me that this policy about a shorter fence was very aesthetic, but in Hell's Kitchen, considering the type of activities we have over here, we need safety is much more important, or definitely equally as important. And a 4-foot fence was not going to do it at all. 5-foot fence, maybe with the way you're describing it, it might help, but really, you need to consider the neighborhood and the people who are going to live in this neighborhood and have this fence scaled and what's going to happen in that park. And we need a high fence. 7 feet is what we have at Hell's Kitchen Park, and it barely contains the activities that are really unsavory and dangerous to the public. So I'm just piggybacking on Sarah's concern, and I think you should really realize that citizens are very concerned about safety, public safety in the parks. And please go back to the new commissioner. We need a new look at this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan. Jesse, if we already, I know we did a regular letter, I know we did an administrative letter. Do we have to vote again if we just resend an administrative letter to reiterate our position on the fence height?
No, if you're already reiterating a stated position by the board, you don't need a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie, could I just say one?
Yeah.
Michael and Sally, I just want to say you guys have been phenomenal partners in this park, and I think everyone at Parks recognizes that, not just Paul and I, but some other people in Parks talk about how well this park is maintained and volunteers here are truly incredible, so really, thank you guys. It's an awesome park and the success is due to a lot.
You didn't say that about the health kitchen people.
Well, the hell's people know that Elk is amazing, but we rely on the partners, we can't do this alone, and seriously, when we have great partners like this, it makes everything so much better, so thank you guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Anything else for parks? Before they take off, thank you.
Anything else from the poll?
Well,
Oh, sir.
one of the syringe report means not,
Are there any in our parks?
let's see, okay, so the syringes, this is for September. We had some in District 5 and September 6th, there was one in Union Square, that's District 5. I think District 4 is doing very, very well. I think they did see some of it. Yes, the Wick Clinton, the week of September 20th, there were 2 in the Wick Clinton. And that's the same week that Madison Square Park had 3, so something was going on that week. 2 syringes. And no, that's really it for September. So it's again very, very safe. And the tickets, let's see what we have here. So parking tickets at Hudson Yards. Chelsea, well, no parking, yes, I'm happy to see it. Parking tickets at Chelsea Park, that's the week of September 20th. Hudson Yards again, September 13th. That's it. So few parking tickets in the district and a few syringes at a peak time during the summertime season, and that's it. So it's again, relatively safe and very, very calm. So we really have operational issues and not safety issues. That's really.
I will note just, obviously the syringes have a more immediate dangerous issue because of the sharps. But it was very concerning to see random loose bright colored pills in the tree pit at Mathews-Palmer. They were like green ones, blue ones, and
Especially with the
you don't
kids
know
like
what's
that. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think not just looking for syringes, but also being conscious of the other types of drug litter.
Yeah. It's yes, it's.
It's not something you have to track, but
No.
just knowing that.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that kind of that's anecdotally tells us who's using the park. We're looking for the hazards, and so we want to train removing the sharks. But yes, we're aware of that and report it as we.
And again, we're hiring lifeguards, $22 an hour, $880 sign notice, we really need them, please apply.
Great, I was thinking of doing that.
It's a good job.
It is good.
Are these indoor lifeguards?
Yeah, indoor beaches, pools.
Oh, so preparing for next.
Yeah, and we do all the training, so please, you can drive around an ATV at Cody Island, it's pretty fun.
I know it's shortage, right?
Yeah.
Always a shortage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we really
Okay.
appreciate your
Thank you,
report.
Parks.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to stay around for budget, I don't think we're, no, that's fine, wait. I talked to Stevie. Okay, next. You wanna do it?
No, go ahead.
Sure.
Highline, right?
Yes, thank you for coming. Jesse, I think we have Highline next. Sorry, DC, it's gonna be a long night for you.
Yeah, Patrick is here.
I figured that out.
Oh, Patrick, hi.
Hi,
Hey, Patrick,
everyone.
good to see you. How you doing?
Good.
Is there anybody else, Patrick, that I need to bring over, or it's just you?
Katie Riley is also joining from Parks, if you
Nice.
can add her.
Got her. Do you need me to run the deck, or are you good?
I will run the deck. Katie
Okay.
is going to introduce us, and then I'll walk the committee and the members of the public through the presentation.
Okay, great.
Hi,
Jesse is-
everyone, and
There we go.
go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the presentation was coming through in the room.
We
Great.
see it, Patrick, thank you.
Great. All right, go ahead, Katie.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say, I appreciate, it might be a long meeting tonight, but we are very excited at Parks to be bringing back online the 16th Street elevator for the High Line. We have some public allocations that were made over the last 4 years, I believe, because this has been a long process. And Patrick will walk you through, and we have a great design team that FHL has hired, and we're using the public funds just for construction, and I will let Patrick take over. And the only other thing I want to say is I appreciate the discussion at the beginning of this meeting. I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and McCarran Park is my home base, and you know, we're dealing with a lot of the same issues, so I appreciate the advocacy. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. And hi, everyone. I'm Patrick Hazari, the Senior Director of Planning, Design, and Construction at Friends of the High Line. So as Katie mentioned, we're really excited to be coming to the committee to talk about and share the design for the 16th Street stair and elevator to the High Line. Just to orient everyone, this access point is located just east of 10th Avenue. And it's located within Section 1 of the High Line. So this access point has existed since the first section opened in 2009. And now that the full park is open, it's one of 15 entrances to the High Line, and one of 7 that was designed to be accessible either through an at-grade connection or by the use of an elevator. So just as further background, the 16th Street stair and elevator, as this committee may recall, was included as part of the special West Chelsea district rezoning that took place. The Caledonia site was designated as a bonus site, and in exchange for additional development rights, a stair, elevator, public restrooms, and a storage space were built by the related companies for the city at the time that that building was constructed, and that access point and all of those amenities opened in 2009. Just a couple of photos from the street on the left. You can see the existing staircase, its orientation along the sidewalk, and on the right, the view from High Line level. You can see the elevator towards the right, and then the staircase. You actually have to walk about 20 feet in underneath that overhang to reach the top of the staircase. And really, after 15 years of use, both the stair and the elevator require a full reconstruction. Really, we've learned quite a bit since the High Line first opened around what it takes to maintain and operate staircases, how we deal with different materials wearing, and really trying to think about how we can think through design standards across all of the 15 access points to have them look consistent and be designed at a high level. So really, when starting this project, we established 3 core goals. And I'll just highlight a few of the ones that are of particular importance. Starting on the left with thinking through about improving the visitor comfort and experience. If anyone has walked these stairs, they're very steep. The kind of rise-run proportion makes it quite difficult to traverse the stairs when you're either going up or down. Also, the stair itself, since it was designed and constructed by Related, the material palette itself doesn't match the other High Line stairs. So it kind of feels like a distant cousin, and we want it to feel more aligned with the other materials that we use on the High Line. Thinking about maintenance and operations, the way that the elevator is positioned now requires a heavy gate to be open and closed. So really trying to think about what our teams are doing every day to open and close the park. A lot of the stair elements also had used painted steel, which means that they need to be repainted quite frequently. So thinking about using materials like concrete, like we've used at other staircases that don't have that maintenance attached to it. And then third, this has been something we've heard from CB4 extensively over the years. The elevator itself has been out of service since 2018. We are looking to restore its service. And part of that is replacing all of the electrical and mechanical components. It's a new cab, and we'll walk you through some of the specifics there. Lastly, before showing the design, our basis of design for the project, when we think about the materials and the look and feel of the stair, is based on kind of most recently completed staircase at 28th Street. So this is just on the west side of 10th Avenue, on the south side of 28th Street, using galvanized steel, using precast steps and stainless steel elements. So really trying to think about maintenance and operations, and also trying to think about how the staircase interfaces with the public in a meaningful way. So with that, I'll get to some renderings and drawings of the new staircase. These next few slides are oriented in a way where the left side of the slide shows what exists today and the right side shows what's being proposed. So starting on the left, you see the current configuration where the staircase is a C-shaped pattern which wraps around the elevator shaft. On the right is what we're proposing, which reorients the stair entrance as well as the elevator entrance. And so both of these entrances face south. So as you're approaching the access point on the sidewalk, neither entrance or neither kind of access point type is privileged, both start from the same point. And this really improves sight lines from the sidewalk, from the intersection, to seeing where the stair and the elevator are. The staircase also wraps around the entire elevator enclosure. So instead of being 3 runs or flights of stairs, it's 4 here. And what this means is that the rise and run of the stair will be more gradual, similar to the other Highline staircases. And so the stair essentially got longer, which means we had to look at ways to reconfigure it to accommodate that additional length. And then the last thing I'll mention before I flip to the floor plans is the staircase now meets the Highline planks and walkway without needing to be in that kind of dark overhang vestibule space that we saw in one of the early site images. So you're really meeting the level of the Highline, integrated immediately, immersed within the landscape, and really becomes a visual cue. If you're on the Highline looking for an exit, you see the elevator, you see the staircase as you're approaching it. Looking at the project and plan, again, the left side shows the existing condition, which is the C-shaped configuration. The elevator entrance is in kind of nestled within a small vestibule behind the heavy gate that I mentioned. The reoriented layout on the right means that we're reorienting the entrance to face south. So that means a new elevator door will be installed within the glass enclosure there, and then the base of the stair will just be adjacent to that. At Highline level, again, the left side shows the existing condition, reaching the top of the stair where the DN is located, needing to walk, another 20-30 feet to the west to actually walk onto the Highline. On the right side, the configuration really puts you at the top of the planking system on the Highline, and really makes it a much more straightforward entrance as you transition from the park to the stair. A few elevations. These are both of the new design. We are taking cues from the existing Highline elevators that we have elsewhere in the park that have the signature green cab, the green glass, the green metal panels. Again, trying to tie this elevator to the vocabulary and the material palette that exists elsewhere on the park. And then before sharing some images of the lighting and the signage design, this is a before and after rendering taken from street level, on the left showing the existing condition, and then on the right side showing the proposed. So seeing the reorientation of the staircase, seeing the reorientation of the elevator cab entrance, and the double doors you see on the right side are the entrance into the back of house storage space. So also reconfiguring that in this design. Also, I'll just note, and that's helpful to see in this rendering, the way that the staircase kind of the last run or the last flight of steps creates an overhang or kind of a canopy over where people might be queuing for the elevator. And it also just allows for there to be a way for people who are on the stairs to see people on the street and vice versa. That aspect of the High Line that I think is a playful and meaningful one. A few slides on the lighting. We engaged L'Observatoire, which is the lighting designer that has done the all the designs for the High Line, thinking about this being a park entrance, essential that it be safe and comfortable, looking at a combination of downlights as well as pole-mounted fixture. We are sensitive to Caledonia being a residential building. The lighting will be pointed down, and we're specifying snoots or kind of caps that are added to the ends of the light so that the direction of the light is hitting the staircase and not spilling beyond. So really trying to be thoughtful there. And then the elevator cab itself, subtle lighting will be introduced to the cab. So as it's moving up and down the shaftway, it will glow in the evening hours. Lastly, signage. We're collaborating with Pentagram, the graphic design team that developed the High Line's original logo, as well as all the signage that we see at the park entrances. So really an extension of the system that exists elsewhere along the High Line, which is made up of porcelain enamel signage with maps, rules, the hours of the park. We are utilizing the historic High Line column, which is at the base of the staircase, to place all of the key signage, and then repeating some of the information on the glass adjacent to the elevator entrance. At High Line level, we have just a few kind of back of house signs and then signage at the elevator again. And this is just an example of the signage I mentioned that would be on the High Line column. Again, similar to what we have utilized successfully along the length of the High Line. We've had to update it over the years, certainly with the addition of the connector, which opened in 2023. That's the kind of darker green L that you see on the map, but this is really, and we've layered in information about bathrooms and subways over the years, but this has really been stewarded by Pentagram and their team. And then I'll close with a little bit of schedule information. We are working through the construction document phase with the team, with the goal of bidding the project by the end of the year and breaking ground in March of 2026, with the completion by the end of 2026, so by December. Katie mentioned the funding that we've been grateful to have received from City Council and the Manhattan Borough President's Office, which has been quite meaningful to realize this project. And with that, I'm happy to take questions from the committee and the public.
Thank you for that. Committee?
Yeah. So this looks great. I love the design. I love how it, the staircase, how you enter the High Line from there. It looks great. My question is really about the scheduling and related to some of the other closures of the staircases and other locations. And I just want to ensure, if the timing of this staircase is going to start in March, will that staircase then close in March, or do you plan on closing the staircase earlier? I'm just wondering about access to the High Line, especially as it relates to, because last spring, the board was contacted about the staircase, I believe at 26th Street, and how it was closed for about a year, and there was a lot of garbage and trash that got collected. And I understand, it would be great to get an update just on that particular staircase if you have one. And I understand that was going to take about a couple months to fix. But anyway, don't want to have the same problem where the staircase is closed for a year, construction doesn't start, and that access point is just left there to collect garbage and debris.
No, it's a great point. Thank you for raising that. So we don't anticipate closing the stair early. There's no need for it to close early before construction starts. So it would close in March and then reopen as the new stair by the end of the year. In terms of the staircase at 26th Street, we actually just, I don't know if you've been by, but that staircase has actually been demolished. EDC is managing a reconstruction of that staircase and the staircase at 20th Street on behalf of Parks, and that project finally got back in motion a couple of weeks ago, and we're starting to see a real progress on site. Those two staircases are offline now and will come back online in March. And so we're really trying to think about that alignment and the handoff that would happen so that we don't have multiple access points, especially in the district that are offline. So that's from a scheduling perspective, that's how that would work. And hopefully you've been able to visit the 18th Street Plaza and the new staircase that opened there, which is much more, it's a lot wider. It's on the backside of the billboard, which meant that the 17th Street construction stair that had been in place for far too long, was finally removed. And so I think we feel that, once 16th Street goes down, you will walk 2 blocks to the north or 2 blocks to the south to re-enter the High Line.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's good to hear that the staircase will remain open until construction actually begins. But just so I understand, so 20th Street and 26th Street are offline currently?
Yes.
And they will be coming back online. How long is that construction?
That's through March.
Through March as well. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Right.
So thank you for the presentation. I did want to ask about changes in like this amount of sidewalk space, or how the staircase ultimately interacts with the sidewalk, because this particular I guess staircase and elevator are on both a narrower street and one where you might have some more pedestrian traffic. So the first is, are we losing any like sidewalk space, especially between the elevator and the tree pit?
So we're actually gaining significant amount of sidewalk because and hopefully I'll just kind of describe it in this image. The image on the left, or the drawing on the left, where it shows the layout for the existing staircase, that run of stairs where it says up is being demolished, and the edge of where the elevator is, where you see the arrow pointing to the right on the image on the right, shows where the new elevator entrance will be. So everything will shift to kind of, any structure will be aligned with that face of the elevator. And so the sidewalk will essentially double. It is, part of the park's access easement. And so it's not DOT, it's not a DOT sidewalk, but it will look like the DOT sidewalk. It'll be the same broom finish concrete that you see. And so there'll be that essentially borrowed space, which will make the sidewalk feel much larger, especially with the tree pit being positioned where it is. So there'll be a natural space for queuing that won't encroach within the sidewalk. And the same for anyone kind of, sometimes when people get to the base of the stair, they pause, they're trying to make a decision whether they go right or left. That will happen within that space. It's a little harder to see in the rendering. But basically the bulky staircase you see on the image on the left will all be removed, and the face of the stair and the elevator will be where the glass is. So everything will be set back.
Okay, that is helpful. I did also want to follow up on, I guess, Matt's question. If the elevators and stairwells at 20th and 26th Street are not completed in March or by March, would this proceed, and would this stairwell be closed regardless of whether those are finished?
I think we'd have to look at it. I mean, because the nearest staircase is 18th Street, bringing 20th and 26th back online, those are further north. And so I think those have more implications to ensuring that in the case of an emergency, we have enough exits and the exits aren't spaced too far apart. And so I think that's the lens we would view it through. Because in the end, DOB views the High Line as a building with an occupancy and the need for a certain number of exits to be accessible within, X amount of feet. And so I think that we would need to see where we are at that point with the EDC managed project and make a determination with DOB and the project team.
That's helpful. And one final question is, for the, I assume the answer is no, but for the duration of the construction, is there any, like examination or possibility of moving the city bike station? It's not a request, it is just a question.
It is something that we actually have started discussions with Katie at Parks about, not necessarily moving it because it's actually a run of over 60 docking stations, but eliminating or moving 6 of them that are just on the left side of the planting bed so that anyone being dropped off, accessoride or, coming out of a vehicle with a wheelchair, since this is an accessible entrance, making it easier to access the elevator and having a space to drop off. So we have that on our list to tackle. It was a consideration, I think, after we saw these renderings and have been working through the details over the past several months, that we wanted to interrogate and would support your endorsement of that. And I haven't worked with City Bike to really understand what that process is, but certainly something that we would appreciate your advocacy for.
Just if I were allowed to respond to that, I obviously that there may be other opinions, but if there is the ability to move those docks so that they're not ultimately lost, but the accessible space is available, I think that might be somewhat favorable to members of the community. I cannot say that for certain, but personally, definitely that like lower part of Chelsea can be difficult for finding docks, so it can taking more offline can be challenging.
Understood. No, that's helpful.
Anybody else? Brad isn't here. So, my question about the lighting is, are you using any form of solar?
We are not for this. This is the entrances.
I understand it's on a building and that you have easy access to regular wire. How?
Yeah, I mean, this is with the entrances, there's a higher threshold to meet from a foot candle perspective. And so we didn't investigate solar lighting for the lighting that you see here. I know that this is something that came up a few years ago for the Western Rail Yards, and we did add solar lighting for the way that the tree up lights are handled there. But in terms of the code required lighting, this is what the team has come up with to meet those requirements.
Well, I hope you'll step back and see whether you can incorporate some solar even into this project. It seems to me that the High Line of all buildings in the city should be focusing on as much environmental stuff as they can. And solar is one of them. Anybody
Understood.
else? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it a lot.
Well, hold on, is there anyone in the public maybe? Or no, I don't know. Just maybe not.
No one has their hands up.
No, thanks, Jesse. I think we should maybe, where Patrick brought it up, but I don't think this is a big letter. I wasn't even envisioning a letter, but I think we could, thank them for their presentation. If someone wants to make a motion, I think we thank them for the presentation. I think we bring up the questions that just a memorial of the timing. And I do think, Patrick, thank you for noting it. about that we make room from the docks for disability, for people with disabilities to, and if we can not remove those docks, but maybe
Right.
move them on one side or the other, depending on the length, and yeah. But I think that's a very good point you bring up, so people can have easy access if they have wheelchairs or strollers or something like that, and they're getting dropped off. I think if we put that in a letter, that's what you would appreciate that, I think you were saying, and
Yes.
I think this, I mean, I can ask the committee if they would agree on that. I don't think this is a deep dive letter. Roberta has one question, so.
Does this go through like Public Design Commission review? Is this letter part of that and sort of like endorsement? Like I think appreciate the presentation as well as the changes to the design. The letter would also be for that. Both.
Yeah, yes.
Or endorsement of the.
Thank you. And we'll go through PDC. We're gonna submit at the end of this month for November review. And so any notes that you all have, I will happily incorporate and we can incorporate into the final design. We are doing a prelim final submission just because this is it's like simple in one sense of replacing a stair and elevator. So please send us the comments as soon as you have them so we can submit this month.
Great. Well, it would be submitted by November, only because that's our next full board meeting, it would be voted on at,
First week of November.
yeah.
That's right.
Just
That's right.
FYI.
Yep.
And Patrick, was there anything we missed that you would seek to be included in the letter that we should discuss, or no, you think we're okay?
No, I think we're covered. Thank you for
Okay.
the feedback and the comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a motion for that letter?
Yeah.
Thank you, second. Great. All in favor? Against? Present not eligible? Abstain, okay, great. Thank you, Highline.
All right, thank
Um,
you. Good night, everyone.
Thanks. Good night. Marty, you want to?
How you
that
doing?
one?
All right.
Okay. The big show. The main event. It's very simple right now. A little bit like a photo. I'm just all day, I'm always out walking around the city. It was freezing.
It was.
I'm always.
Yeah.
Yeah, my notes are.
Okay, where's, so EDC is here and, so I just want to give everyone, a reminder, in the winter / spring, they started their public, I guess, public meetings on the potential master plan for a whole renovation of the Manhattan Cruise Terminal. Which we figured, which included not just shore power, which we've been talking about, this committee and this board have been talking about for a long time, but just a total redo of it. And there was a lot of public feedback, and then they said they were gonna come back to us with a master plan. As far as, correct me if I'm wrong, what they're gonna show us tonight is not necessarily that master plan, but it might be the first steps that they are looking towards. Going towards presenting a master plan, so this is not going to include design, this is not going to include any small points of the plan, but really more first beginning steps of hurdles they have to get over in order to then design the master plan. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to just stand up so I can get some blood going. But hi everyone, you all know me by now, but Tara Das from EDC, joined by Allison who's here from our cruise team, we know well at this point. And also Anton Frederickson, who leads our ports, waterfront and transportation team. So that's where cruise fits in on the EDC side. And then Joshua Nelson, Tomer Chen and Spencer Rollins from our catch consultant team, who've been working with us on the master plan, so we will the deck. So as Leslie mentioned, it's been over 6 months, I believe, since we've been here. We have been analyzing all the feedback that we got. We were really excited by the engagement we received, especially through the survey. We've been working on figuring out how to really do right by that feedback, to think through how we can deliver and a cruise terminal that is modern, that is better for the environment, that is doing all the things that we want it to be doing. And where we come with that is recognizing that we need to think through how to build a more modern facility, and that requires not going beyond what we have already in terms of the peer configuration. We'll go through a lot of the survey feedback to talk sort of how we got to where we're thinking about for our priorities, where we're thinking about for where we want to go. But where we do know though is that we need to build further out into the water, and to be able to do that, we need to go through the WRDA Act process. So this is a congressional process, happens every 2 years, and it's a pretty intensive process. So we'll go through a more robust conversation tonight, but our ask at the end of this would be for your support in being able to go through that process as we go through the intensive planning and eventual permitting and design will be required here. So we go to the next slide. So we'll do a quick recap of Manhattan Cruise Terminal today, a little bit about what the master plan was in the first place, go through the stakeholder feedback with all of you, and then really dive deeper into what the progress we've made on this, where we know we want to go, and how to get there. That's the junction.
All right. Thank you, Tara, appreciate it. I'll stand here, that's fine. So I had the opportunity to meet several of you when we were here last time for the presentation. And also a few of you who are participating in public workshops that we had, public workshops 1 and 2. But just some additional context on MCT on the next slide, some of which we covered before, but we probably haven't been as prescriptive in giving you a sense of the importance of MCT. Roughly 1 million passengers sail through Manhattan Cruise Terminal every year. It is a huge, what we call a drive-to market. One thing that's important is to note is that 85% of the passengers traveling through the terminal are beginning or ending their cruise in New York City. So those are folks generally that are driving from the 5 boroughs, from New Jersey, from upstate to the cruise terminal to board a ship, go on a cruise for 7-10 day sailing, and then return to New York City at the end of their stay, or to the end of their trip. We serve several different gateways as a part of that, several different itineraries from New York City. The Canada New England runs, so up to fall foliage right now, that's in full swing, for example. Caribbean, Bahamas, Bermuda, and then some transatlantic cruises that are a part of the overall itineraries. One thing that's really important for us to know, I mentioned those passengers, roughly 85% of those folks are beginning and ending their cruise in New York City. On average, they add a number of nights stay in New York. So there's an additional knockoff spend associated with that economic development. So hotel rooms, food and beverage, entertainment, and retail that creates a multiplier effect associated with that activity. Also, the cruise terminal employs people directly, right? Those of you who are with us in public workshop number 1 got to meet several of the stevedores that are with the ILA. Those are the gentlemen and women who serve the cruise ships, unload the vessels, tie them up, etc. We also had some staff from Intercruises there. Those folks are directly employed at the terminal and handle all the check-in for guests that are coming to board ships. So an estimated $500 million in economic activity, roughly 2,000 jobs within tourism adjacent industries, and writ large 3,000 jobs that are a part of the cruise terminal itself, and that's ongoing on an annual basis. On the next slide, we talked a little bit about this last time. The terminal was built in the 1930s. It has served the city well. There was a renovation in the 1970s and an additional series of renovations that were conducted in the early 2000s. Nevertheless, there are several challenges that exist with the terminal, many of which are familiar to you all, right? We're lacking the infrastructure and space to accommodate a shore power system. Many of you are familiar with shore power. That's the ability to plug in vessels while they're in port, have them turn off their engines, their generators, in order to generate power for the interior of the vessel. The pier structures themselves are reaching the end of their useful life. Many of you are familiar with Pier 92, which has been subsequently shut down. We're not able to utilize that facility as a result of subsidence associated with the the pier structure itself. The terminal configuration leading to traffic congestion, right? When a vessel is in, we've got an influx of passengers that are coming off of the ships. And then a new group of passengers that are coming to board that vessel. Many conflicts with respect to pedestrians, folks that are coming off of the vessels, need to see taxis, ride shares, POVs, personal vehicles that are coming to pick people up. We have provisioning that happens, 53-foot trucks that come to bring food, laundry, take away garbage for the vessels. So it's very congested and very tight area. We're also very well aware of the greenway and the constraints that are associated with that. And the challenges that poses for folks that are using the greenway, cyclists, runners, pedestrians. Also, the piers not being appropriately sized to handle modern cruise ships, right? They were built again in the 1930s, so those interior structures, you think about the size of those vessels, they were the biggest things back in the day, in the 1930s. Obviously, that's changed with time, and so the need to accommodate folks more efficiently with that interior structure is just, we're not able to do that at all. And then lastly, the facility does not meet the FEMA flood requirements, right? And so it's important for us as we think through what the challenges are and what we would like to try to remedy as a part of the master planning process. So we talked also about a master plan and why we're doing this effort. Really from our perspective, when we look at master planning and the work that we do at Hatch in cooperation with EDC, we're looking to develop a long-term, actionable and holistic framework that allows us to take a look at what we have, the existing agreements, the existing infrastructure, et cetera. Think about market opportunities, identify and evaluate potential scenarios with stakeholder involvement and input, and then guides future infrastructure development. So those are the main pieces. And one of the important things on the next slide is really what it helps us do, right? What it unlocks. It allows us to plan for long-term success. Really getting into operational considerations, environmental goals, and community needs, and pulling those into a holistic process whereby we can then create something that is essentially creating success for everyone. It's important also because it creates efficient solutions, really looking at a way for us to spend wisely and efficiently over time and make sure that we're essentially meeting all of our goals. And then supporting funding and permitting. Last time we were here, we had a lot of great questions. We were here, a lot of great questions about how this was going to be funded, what the permitting process would look like, et cetera. This is a document that we will be able to share with community, share with elected officials, share with potential cruise line partners in understanding and helping them illustrate to them the potential that the master plan would hold and what the future would hold for the terminal itself. One thing that's really important for us that we wanted to do, I don't think we've had an opportunity to do this, is just provide a summary of the feedback that we've received from you all. If you recall, and Leslie mentioned earlier, some of the work that we've been doing, so kicking off public workshops, we held 2 public workshops, subsequent briefing to the community board previously. And so we wanted to walk through that output that came through that process. Those of you who participated in public workshop number 1, just a highlight here on the next slide of the feedback that we have received. That session was primarily an intake session. Did anyone participate in public workshop 1? Leslie, you did, yeah. So if you recall, we just broke folks up into groups, had people introduce themselves, and really led a guided discussion about interaction with the cruise terminal, understanding what people liked, didn't like, and really dug into these feedback that we received, specifically synthesized feedback from folks about what they were expecting and hoping to see as a part of the process. So we see a lot of improved pedestrian access, cyclist safety, decongesting the area in front of the cruise terminal, implementing shore cover, of course, and public access, which was a very important and key part of that workshop itself. We further expanded on that into a public workshop 2, where we wanted to dive in and get more feedback from the community with respect to what was important to them, looking at potential interventions that we would be able to employ at the future cruise terminal. And so this was a much more involved public workshop for those of you who participated, got people up off their feet. We had several stations that were interventions organized around particular themes or categories. And you see those listed here: sustainability, traffic and congestion, activations in retail, and streetscape. And so everyone was given an opportunity to familiarize themselves with what those potential interventions could look like. And then subsequently asked to vote which, and they can vote as many as they like, but which was most important or most impactful in their view, for us to consider as part of the terminal itself. So we took those, averaged those scores, and here's just an output of one category, right, the sustainability category. And here we were showing you the top three, right, and the associated scores that were tied to that. In the sustainability category, shore power, if you recall, that's already going to happen. We didn't have people vote on that, so that was top on the list. You see, so sort of a maximum score, but really that's because it is so critical and so important to the future of the cruise terminal that we have already incorporated that into the plan itself. Blue highways, which is something we've discussed, and then green roof, also 4.2, so pretty high. If we go to some of the other categories in output, traffic and congestion, pedestrian cyclist signals, so specialty signalization was the top item that was voted on by folks in the public workshop. Widened sidewalks and a pedestrian overpass were also very, very critical. Subsequent category, activations in retail. So what's interesting here is you'll note a little bit of a shift, right, in terms of what people found important. Not to say that it's not important, but interestingly, where those values were put as people were voting through that process. Public arts, temporary food and beverage, and permanent food and beverage being top things that were included in that and voted on that category. And then here with streetscape, you see now another jump to the right, really looking at landscaping, flexible spaces and plazas, right? We talked a little bit about this in the presentation, about the ability to have space for programming when cruise ships are not in. That space can be utilized for other things. There was an example that, if you recall, BA, who was one of our partners, teaming partners in the room, gave of a plaza that is used for cruise operations when a cruise ship is in, and then converts into a public market when there is no vessel there. Public restrooms also being an important part of that category for you all. If you remember, we also had an online survey that was open for quite a bit of time. We originally had I believe it was a 2-month period that online survey was open, but we decided to extend that a bit more as a part of the public workshop process to be able to at least give people another opportunity. We were able to communicate a bit more about that online survey. We got some feedback from you all, made some changes to that survey so that we could improve the quality of the responses that we received. Top 3 things of improving the terminal: waterfront access, so public access to the waterfront, community access, so those are very similar, although slight nuances there, which we recognize. And then, of course, addressing passenger flows when cruise ships were berthing. And then just some words that highlight, you know, the top items for you all with respect to the vision for the future. So again, public space, green space, pedestrian and bike walkways, ensuring that that is incorporated into the master plan for the project. So in terms of progress and where we are with the master plan, as Leslie mentioned, on the next slide, I think the one thing that we recognized going through this process, receiving feedback from you all, understanding the needs of, say, a shore power system, et cetera, we recognize that the existing terminal has several very significant barriers to accomplishing a sustainable and accessible facility. I think some of you who were in public workshop number 2 made comments, I know, to us and our team saying, that's great that you're talking about streetscape improvements and you're talking about public access, but where is that going to go with the existing terminal? I think it was a fair point that we were recognizing that the current terminal with its infrastructure is not sufficient, even the footprint itself, to be able to start to accommodate and make space for those types of things. one thing that is extremely important to not only the participants, but yourselves as well. Now that ground transportation activity, the ride sharing, the taxi hailing, the provisioning of ships, right now that's all happening on the West Side Highway, right? And one of our goals is to be able to incorporate that into a terminal, get that off the West Side Highway, get that segregated in a way that's safe and efficient for everyone. And so understanding the challenges that the existing configuration does not create opportunities for us to do that, does not create opportunities for us to provide additional public access. And so we have on the next slide, really the two pieces that two main goals, if you will. One, of course, meeting the community's priorities and needs as part of that public access and public space component, balanced with the importance that the cruise terminal plays in the city's economy with respect to direct jobs, those longshoremen, those folks that work for Amber Cruises, and that knock-on effect from tourism dollars that are associated with the terminal itself, those passengers who choose to spend additional time in New York City. And ultimately, determined that the existing terminal will not satisfy that need. And that's a big acknowledgement, right, from our perspective, that the terminal as configured, the terminal from the 1930s is really not going to provide us the opportunity to essentially check all the boxes that we need to for a successful terminal. So we're really looking at replacing the existing structures, which then opened up the realm of possibility as far as the terminal and its configuration is concerned. So having a blank slate really to work with as we thought through potential configurations of the terminal and what that could look like from a essentially creating the space for a blank canvas for a lot of the public access goals and opportunities that we want to try and incorporate into the future terminal. So just a highlight on what are some of the main things or main items that we're looking at when we're thinking about what the cruise terminal of the future could look like. Obviously, we've discussed sustainable operations, shore power being a critical component of that, providing, if you can imagine, cruise ships are floating cities, if you will, right? And so the power draw and demand that's associated with that is pretty significant and will require additional electrical infrastructure beyond what would be used to power the terminal itself, right? Lights, HVAC, et cetera. And so having the space to appropriately site a sizable set of electrical infrastructure to power those cruise ships while they're in terminal is critical. Expanding public access, which we'll talk about a little bit, but essentially creating again those opportunities for public access, not only when cruise ships aren't in the terminal, but also when a cruise ship is in the terminal, right? And so that's an important piece for us. Building for the future with respect to the terminal, as many of you know, the current cruise terminal has 5 berths, meaning 5 separate areas where cruise ships can come, 3 of which are currently utilized, right? And so when we're thinking about the cruise terminal in the future, our determination is that we do not need 5 berths, but we do need to keep the 3 that we do have, right? And so that's the important thing, that really thinking through what the future looks like and accommodating what the needs of the industry will be. It's sticking with that number of 3 berths that we have there. Improving the experience, much in the same way the LaGuardia Airport went from, where it was before the rebuild and now the new facility itself. It's an inspiring structure. It's one that New Yorkers are proud of. It's really a true gateway to the city. We want to provide those same things for the Manhattan Cruise Terminal, right? For those passengers who are coming into the facility to have a very enhanced and important experience, understanding that this is in some ways for folks really a first impression that we're casting for a lot of people as they move through that facility. And then also ties in with an inspirational design and ensuring that we've got an opportunity to do that. So one of the things we just want to highlight, as we mentioned, it's like saying to ourselves, all right, if we do start with a clean slate and we do really think hard about how we can accommodate what we need from a cruise berthing perspective, what we need from a community perspective in terms of available space. How can we begin to play around with potential configurations of the terminal? So these are 4 that we had done that kind of got us through essentially an initial process. Configuration 1, if we kept the essential footprint of what we had previously, what would that look like? You know, potentially shifting, some of you are aware of the projects to expand the apron at Pier 90, which unfortunately would require a portion of Pier 92 to be demolished so the cruise ship can safely navigate into that area. Challenging here is essentially we're getting what we have today, right? In terms of available space, we don't have additional space to accommodate that called GTA. You'll see reference to that. That's a ground transportation area. And also the shore power system that would need to be incorporated into the facility. We took a look at angled piers. So option 2, creating angled piers that would essentially, I should note here that the dotted line represents the federally authorized channel. And that's an important thing, which we'll talk about momentarily. But that's essentially the portion of a navigable waterway, which is under the control of the federal government, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And so essentially that's the boundary up to which folks like the city of New York, folks like any other community would be allowed to construct. Anything beyond that is essentially not possible. And this is the WRDA process that Tara had mentioned previously, which we'll discuss, necessitates, or building into that area necessitates this legislative action in order to do that. So these angled piers were a way to see if we could mitigate encroaching into that area, right? And unfortunately, given what we need to accommodate vessels, and to do so safely, we were not successful in being able to try that out and make that work. Yeah, here in option number 2, challenging with the narrow slips, just not safe for navigation, and not wide enough for cruise ships to move safely in and out of those berths. A different configuration with angled piers, challenging there, wasn't providing the minimum number of berths that we require. Also, the wasn't providing sufficient space again for us to be able to accommodate additional ground transportation and shore power system. And then just to give it a shot, we tried something called a marginal berth, right? And that's essentially having the ship berth parallel to the West Side Highway. As you can see, really from north to south, there's such a limited footprint. We cannot go further north past Pier 92. We cannot go further south past Pier 88 into Pier 86. And really what that does is limits our ability to get one ship in, unfortunately, and that's just not meeting the needs of, from an economic development perspective, what we need from cruise ship operations. Where that has led us to is a potential future configuration that looks very similar to perhaps the orientation of the cruise terminal itself. So we call them finger piers. We are going to have to stick with the finger piers. They're essentially a remnant of older operations for both cruise and cargo terminals. Probably unique in the world, but one that is going to work as far as providing us what we need in terms of infrastructure. And so you'll see 2 piers here, 2 of which have the ability to berth the vessel on this inside water sheet that you see here. And then a 3rd slip here on the south end of the southern pier. The other thing that's really important is that we will be looking at creating additional space to be able to pull in that ground transportation area, get it off of the street, or in order to do that, we need the physical area to be able to accommodate that. And also shore power and the associated equipment that's a part of that. What you see then is by doing that, we have a facility that would encroach into the federally authorized channel. And so the new limit, the proposed channel limit, would be approximately 650 feet extending into that channel in and of itself. So Longer piers help us enable us to safely berth modern cruise ships, and that new landside space, which is critical, is what allows us to accommodate a lot of the public access and public amenities that are being discussed, and that ground transportation facility and shore power. On the next slide, talk a little bit about the WRDA process and what that means. I'm happy to handle it, or yeah. As we mentioned, so the deauthorization of the federally authorized channel, that's the administrative regulatory process that we would need to go through in order to carve out a portion of the federally authorized channel to be able to construct in that area. This is a process that is called the Water Resources Development Act. As Tara mentioned, this happens once every 2 years. And it is a federal act, an act of Congress that's required in order to accomplish that. In order to do that, one of the key pieces that we're going through right now is the navigational safety risk assessment. So working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, working with U.S. Coast Guard, and working with pilots, a number of different stakeholders, which we'll discuss, to gather input regarding this potential intervention. It's an important piece. It's a big lift from a regulatory perspective. We recognize that. And this is part of why we're not coming to you with beautiful renderings of a new cruise terminal, because the success of this really depends on our ability to build into that area. And we want to ensure that we have that support from the community board, from the Army Corps, from the Coast Guard, before we move and advance too far down the path of developing a facility that can't be constructed. And so really important to highlight that. See, this is the additional footprint that will be created for that additional ground transportation, for the ground transportation area and the associated shore power system. Anything else to add on that? Yeah.
So as Natasha mentioned, WRDA is really a big key piece. People are looking forward to the rest of this. We know we don't have all the answers to all the questions that might be arising around what does that transportation network look like? What does public plaza look like? What does what does that additional space look like? But really the reason for that being is because we need to understand how much, whether we can build out to understand those deep effects on later. So this graphic on the right kind of explains a little bit how right now we're at WRDA, we're talking to you all, we're talking to a lot of our harbor users as well to understand how they use the harbor, how this can impact them, how we can make sure that this site is not just being responsive to the community requests and priorities of the our engagement process thus far, but also to understand the other folks using the harbor. It's a very busy harbor, as I'm sure a lot of you know. And so then there will obviously be a lot more engagement after this. So once we get through WRDA, we'll be going into a lot more detail around design, permitting, the environmental impacts and considerations there. But right now we do really need to focus on this. And given that this is only every 2 years, we thought about, okay, does it make sense for this year or to push it off until 2028? And the reason why we're focusing on it for this year is because of the necessity to not just support the cruise terminal, but to be able to move forward a lot of the other things that we spoke about. Well, shore power being a really big part of that. And so if we miss this window, it does put a lot of those questions around how we can move the other pieces forward into consideration. So we want to be able to move with it now. So we go to the next slide. Going a little bit more granularly into who we're talking to about this. So as I mentioned, we're expanding our conversations beyond just this neighborhood to a lot of the harbor users. So we're talking to a lot of the commercial users. We've scheduled a meeting next week for recreational users. These are the folks that we've reached out to thus far. Hudson River Community Sailing, Manhattan Community Boathouse, Manhattan Kayak, Manhattan Sailing School, and others that the Harbor Operations and Education Subcommittee has recommended to us. But we're also talking to other agencies that use the waterways. We're also talking to ferry vessels, obviously you all are a big part of this as well, and so. This is early on in the process and we're gonna be talking to a lot more people soon. And go to the next slide to explain a little bit about where the WRDA process is. So right now, we're in October, but we do have a pretty tight timeline between now and when the WRDA package gets submitted. So as we mentioned, this is through Congress, so it is primarily a process that the Congress member puts forward, but we need to demonstrate how much support we can get for this part of the process. So what we're asking for at this stage is for your support, for us to move forward with this and being able to demonstrate to the elected officials, not just our local elected officials, but the greater transportation and infrastructure committees at Congress who review this package to understand that this is something that we need to get through, to support a lot of what we're trying to get here. So, right now we are in October, we're looking to submit and draft out language for WRDA in November. It then goes through a lengthier multi-month process that Congress reviews it. And we generally know what the outcome of that is, June, July, more or less. But we have this section at the bottom here to show that we're not just at this impasse and not working on anything else related to the Manhattan Cruise Terminal. Shore power is still, as we mentioned throughout this presentation, a big priority, and we want to move in parallel to make sure that we're moving the pieces that we can in parallel to WRDA. I think the last time we came here to talk about our progress with Con Edison, we were waiting to hear back from them. We have gotten an initial submission of load requirements for Con Edison. We're speaking to them about that. We're also looking on getting city commitments to bring power to the property line. So we are still very much focused on that, but this WRDA piece is really key. So with that, I'd love to leave it to your questions to better get to a point where we can move forward with this.
Thank you very much. At least it's one more step, I guess, towards it's gonna be, I would think a big, but exciting project. You know, a lot of hurdles to get over, but it's mistakes, but I'm sure there's a lot of questions from the community.
So thanks for the presentation and the WRDA process. Has EDC been through this before? You said it's like a big lift. Like, is there precedent for them sort of allowing the build out beyond this federal boundary line, or what do you gone through this, expectations? How are you feeling about this, like being approved?
It's a great question. EDC has not gone through this process before. We do have 2 items that we're working on that go through this process. The city, through city planning, has gone through this process before. As we understand it, typically what happens is that it's a bill that happens every 2 years. It's typically a bipartisan bill. There are a number of items on the bill, so maybe like it's all 100 items on the bill. Just to reiterate a point that Tara made, so the language would be submitted by the council member whose district it is, congressperson whose district it is in November, and then it would not actually go sort of sit be diligenced through December of the yes, big that we'll need everyone's support.
And have you, if this is Gary Adler's district, and have you met with him? Are there any concerns from him, or is he supportive? Like, what's the feedback so far, at least from him or other stakeholders? I mean, it looks like you've got a very robust list. I'm just wondering, it seems like it's necessary in order to do shore power and making sure you have enough space for pedestrians and moving the traffic, getting it off the street. So I'm just wondering, is there opposition to this, or what have you been hearing?
Yeah, I mean, the Congress member, our understanding is that they want to understand all the different perspectives here before they make a determination. That's why we do want to be talking to as many people, and when we do have support for this, we want to be able to demonstrate that. So, even though there's not really like a formal mechanism to the community board, that's why we are looking for a letter of support, anything to show that
this is something that can deliver on the priorities we've heard here. And then, I guess to reiterate, from the safety risk assessment perspective, we're about halfway through that risk assessment. So we do need to finish that process, which we're still a couple of weeks out from. And that process is, or that study sort of, a lot of it is set, right to the most market.
This one have any, you're too far north of this interfering with Gateway or anything that's coming. Right?
Yeah, and also Gateway would be done.
Gateway would be done by the
by
time
that
it's,
process.
okay. That's also.
I think a big part of what we're focused on is maintaining safe operations and, you know, the waterway. So we have started the engagement on the commercial user side and here really to make sure that this is also the recreational users are in engaged with water side as well.
And again, thank you for, putting forward the presentation and considering all of these, like, those wish list of like community priorities. I definitely understand the, like the safety related concerns, but given, the amount of environmental remediation that has happened within the Hudson River for the past several decades, I think it definitely raises a question, at least on my end, what are the environmental impacts of extending these berths further into the Hudson River? And I do understand that at some point, this probably has to go through some sort of environmental review process, though that would happen after the WRDA process.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is likely to cause adverse environmental impact, I don't want to say, would we want to be supported? It obviously gives us so many things we want, but I think the community would like to know.
Yeah, it's tricky, as Tara kind of mentioned, because this WRDA process is the thing that unlocks the environmental review and all of those next steps. Because it's just area that we can't keep in building and we also will getting permits for, to sort of do that. I don't know.
I'll add, I think the WRDA process is more about the constructability, right? So there's definitely a lot of pieces around the environmental impacts that we just don't have at this point. I would say, WRDA is not to say that this is a vote that says whether this project is happening or not. It's a piece of that puzzle. And obviously the conversations around environmental impacts will be a big piece of that overall puzzle. It will just come later in this process.
Okay, that's helpful. And when you say unlock, I do understand it unlocks the possibility of this even happening, but does it unlock funding? How will this be funded, or how? I do understand that you may not actually know the answer to that question, but theoretically, what does that look like?
Yeah. It's another great question. So it's a pretty key piece to being able to get to the funding part, both on the public funding side and on the private side. So there's no deal that we can go out there and make and try to leverage public dollars to secure private dollars if we don't have the ability to grow it out.
And I guess if you don't receive this, it's back to, the initial rendering, probably that one that is of the existing footprint with the 3 berths, or you would attempt to do this again. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, that would be a bigger question. I think we are going with this configuration because we know this is the best version of this. If it didn't work out, we'd have to take a hard look at figuring out.
Thank you.
It may be a little too in the weeds, but with respect to the finger piers and the carve out that you're in the federal channel. I noticed that the southernmost berth doesn't have the carve out, and I'm wondering if we're talking about adaptability and sustainability in the future, is that gonna handicap us? If there's a mega ship that could potentially dock in that berth, but can't stick its aft portion out into the channel.
It may be difficult to see, but this would incorporate the ability to berth a ship that would extend into this area. It's a little elongated, so it's hard, and this scale, like this is the area. It's see how wide that is, like, if you can imagine, it's even a little bit wider to berth a ship in there. We can't get the largest of the largest ships in that southern berth, given its proximity to the to Pier 86. Nevertheless, it's still a pretty, sizable vessel that could go in there. The inner berths here that you've got would handle the largest vessels, right? And there's quite a bit of space there that's created for safe navigation in and out of the berths themselves, where right now we just don't have the space for those types of ships.
I would like to get clarification. If you do not get approval in 2026, are you committed to try again in 2028? What does that mean?
Oh, you're allowed. That was trying to time.
Yeah.
You're allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not
Technically,
outfitted counted.
Yeah. Yes.
I will say, we mentioned this as well, that WRDA, usually in the WRDA process, we're moving multiple projects at once, if we want to. In addition to the Manhattan Cruise Terminal, we are also putting the North Harlem Manhattan Waterfront Greenway as part of this. That is obviously not in this district, that's like 145th Street on the east side. That is building out kind of like that would be to be able to build out a waterfront greenway similarly to East Midtown Greenway. The reason why this is a very intensive process, so usually cities will put forward projects together. So that project is also moving forward with this. But there's, I guess to that point, that there is timeliness to like how we package and put projects forward. So yes, technically, we could go through 2028, but that would just pose a lot of other risks to our project here as well.
Can we go back to the page with the 650-foot, like, finger? Two things. I think for me, it's really difficult to evaluate as sort of a, commoner, non-engineer person that doesn't know this industry very well, like. Is this displacement 650 feet? Is that what?
No, so this is about 300 feet in this area, right? And so that's out, and then we're extending the piers again to right now, and you may have seen when we discussed about this in public workshop number 2. As vessels get longer, they extend past the end of the piers themselves for not an ideal situation, just in terms of vessel navigation, safety, and so the additional length is to accommodate that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what you see here, which may be important to note, the white and kind of how we're thinking of this as a way to mitigate some of the impacts in terms of the environment, but also in terms of cost, is right now, these are representative pier structures, right? So they're the actual decks themselves. And then this sort of lattice work that you see here are what we call dolphins. They're actually pier structures or piles that are combined together and then linked with the gangway. So that the lines of the vessels can be tied up to those.
The ropes.
Yeah,
To secure.
the ropes to the vessels, and we don't need to build like a full solid structure. Because what we really need to get to here with this pier is the last shell door of each of the ships, right? That's again how vessels are provisioned, how garbage comes off, etc. So we do not need a full pier deck to go all the way out that full distance, so we're just trying to find the right balance.
Irregardless of this new, cause what I'm hearing is that we're building this out to alleviate like the traffic situation and the pedestrian safety. If, we would still need to get the WRDA just to accommodate the longer length of the ships, it sounds like, right?
So this, you can sort of think of like this as this, right? And so ships today are already at the,
There.
going a little bit past like what the pier is. that's not an ideal parking situation. So what they really needed are for these lines, these ropes, to be able to reach from the end of the ship further aft, further backward, and today, you can't do that. So we do think that ships may be in the future about 100 so feet, even longer. But this is really about making sure that we have the ability to have sort of those aft running vertical lines.
So
Just to,
currently, even they are already going out of the channel limit, you're saying, right?
they are. Those terminals? No.
Yes.
They know this.
Yes, yeah.
They are.
Okay. So I guess in terms of this particular situation though, there's no other way to do this without building that, is what I'm hearing, so. To alleviate the pedestrian, because there's no space on the west side highway or.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that is kind of the only solution to be able to bring all of it off.
Yeah, which is like just not safe. My second question is, why would the powers that be say no? Like, what is, because we're not hearing the cons, right? We're just hearing like, we need to do this. And it makes sense to me, but why would they disapprove it?
I think there's two things. I think people who want to kayak past, it means you have to go out further into the water. So we need to think really seriously about how to mitigate that and how to better handle that. And then I think there's also those kind of safety risks, we're not hearing those from the commercial users. So you would have thought like the vessel country. We're not hearing that on the commercial side, as a concern, but I think we, as a recreational user, I think that's a concern. And then I think the other one might be, I'm not sure.
And I think part of that we're having these conversations, I recognize that we're asking for a letter and that we might haven't heard all the different, we haven't heard all the different things yet. And completely respect that we want to take a bit more of a nuanced perspective on this. We're happy to also, come back and share some of those, but I think right now there's potentially support that you can share, conditional of other support that you want to hear throughout this process, that feels to me. So we know that we don't know all the perspectives just yet. But, can certainly come back when we have some more of those, and at the same time, like, this project is still aligned with a lot of the goals that we've heard here, and so being able to illustrate that is different.
Wait, we have yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, I think I had a follow-up question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
was that?
You go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
And when you mentioned the recreational users, have you done any of that outreach yet, or?
We're hosting a meeting next week with.
Okay, so as someone who has kayaked past the cruise terminal, the biggest issue is getting the cruise terminal, like, radio people to like communicate on the marine radio and let us know what's happening. The ferries don't do it at all either, and that causes problems, because all the kayakers, when they're out there, Manhattan Kayak, Manhattan Community Boat House, everyone has marine radios to make sure that they can, communicate with the other vessels. And I think, a big, thing to, help this, because, we always take a very wide, because, there is like the federal, we can't be too close to it. Yeah. So, I don't know that going further out is necessarily an issue, because you're going out and then cutting back in, but I think making sure that there's adequate communication between the recreational users and the cruise terminal. I think for the most part, a lot of the recreational users do kind of know the cruise schedule, and plus you hear the horn, so you know what's happening. But I think having a better level of communication amongst all the users in that general area would help. And I also want to note, you didn't have New York Outrigger on your list, they also
They are on
are,
our list.
okay,
They are not there.
cool.
They are. So we're actually having a meeting on Tuesday, yeah, with recreational users, very much. Information about it.
Matt,
Just a quick follow-up, so would this sort of deauthorization of this federal line apply to the specific piers, or is it sort of across a larger
Yeah,
area?
we would do the smallest area possible.
Okay,
So it would just be like an outline.
Gotcha.
Here, so it would be-
and is that, is that a common request in these types of things?
Yeah.
If they're looking to change, make those changes, okay, alright,
Yeah, the idea is you take just what you need, so that.
you wanna check?
Just a quick follow on the order process, if we support the order process and help unlock this. And there is unfavorable opinions from the community to come back after we attempt to support word, there's no, by going to WRDA process, there's no obligation.
Right. Yeah, word process is like, we can build out, it's not saying it will be built out.
So this is very similar, we weren't on the committee previously, but with Pier 76 and Hudson River Park. We supported Hudson River Park's request to allow for changes to the Hudson River Park Act. So they can explore other possibilities for use of Pier 76. We did not endorse any specific use of Pier 76, but we endorsed the possibility. And this sounds like very much the same thing, so I think it's something we would.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll talk about it.
Okay.
This is also potentially like premature, but if this were to move forward, what would the public review process look like afterward of?
Yeah, and so that allows for one, we would probably be releasing the master plan, so we can have a bit more of a conversation around those specifics about what we envision. There's more of a formal review process through permitting, so that's where, depending on the type of specific environmental process, there's sometimes public hearings and public comment, notice periods. I think as like goodwill, we will definitely be hosting a lot more open conversations and dialogue around those specifics. Once we get into design, there'd probably be like another series of workshops to get into those specifics as well. So there will, there's more formal processes and then also the processes that we will build out for feedback.
And but the formal process, the only, like, is there a requirement other than some form of environmental review? I'm not sure if when it becomes no longer federal, it becomes a state.
Yeah, I don't actually know
Review?
for which environmental review process. I think it would be, this would all be with city. Funding sources.
Also the state.
Oh, definitely with the
Environmental.
EDC, yeah. So it's sort of flexible.
But then there's no other like permanent, like that is the required public review. That EDC would need to move forward with this process. There is not.
Well, if there are any land use changes or things like that, all
So
of
there
that
would be
required.
potentially, you're, even though.
But that
Don't know
would
who
depend on,
owns.
that would depend on the design of the
Yes.
space.
If the city, but like if EDC owns the piers.
So it's city, so this is city property, so EDC manages it on behalf of the city. And it is Hudson River Park on either side, but this is actually a city. So design would dictate whether this is a ULURP action or what sort of approval process would happen there. But we wouldn't know that until we get into design of the space. But there would be expected to be lots of opportunities and required.
Just quick, so if you don't get the WRDA approval, you can't build a terminal that allows the mega ships to come in. Right? The mega ships won't be able to come in if you don't get the WRDA.
I don't think we're ever imagining that New York City is speaking with the mega ships.
Or the size ships that can accommodate this.
Yes.
So you can't build a terminal to accommodate this, so does that mean that we might get bypassed on the New York City side? For these ships later on, since you can't accommodate them,
So there's, yeah,
they'll
definitely.
go to New Jersey or.
New Jersey is, other terminals are definitely along the eastern Norfolk, Philly, we're getting competition from Boston. on who can build out, who can have terminals that safely dock water cruise ships.
Yeah,
Just
We're
go
really,
lose
we're
those
really.
jobs, that part of the economy, all of that.
We do.
So it would be important to get the word out and then figure out things.
We're not going to get the big ships anyway.
No, I think I'm
The bigger
trying to
ships,
sign.
the bigger
like,
ones.
The bigger
we're-
ships.
Now, bigger than-
Bigger ships.
Bigger ships, we're not getting it even with this plan, right?
No, yes, we are.
Yes, we are. That's what we.
They want to elongate the piers.
No, but
to
that's,
accommodate.
I didn't hear that.
Bigger ship's not the biggest.
Not the biggest,
That's it,
not the
right.
mega ship,
Like the bigger than.
the bigger ship. Yeah,
Hey,
you want the
no,
bigger,
back up.
well,
Um,
bigger ship will now become a small ship, once the mega
Yeah.
ship. So.
Marty, you wanted to?
You were asked before, whether you thought the objections would be, and the only one you mentioned was a safety objection. What kind of objections do you think you're going to get from the environmental perspective? Water, the bottom upset, et cetera, et cetera. What, the state is also probably going to have to license whatever you do. from the environmental
Yeah.
perspective.
I said, you know, we mentioned the safety concerns because that is a lot of what WRDA is focused on. When we're talking about the going out into the federal channel, it's around safety for the harbor users. The concerns around environmental, we will certainly have to talk about later when we go into the more environmental analysis, but WRDA is not
The
focused.
word ain't that.
We're just.
Alright. Right, so, good,
Good.
okay, ready? No, I have.
Leslie, you know, there's folks in the attendee section with their hands up. I don't know if.
Oh, no, I'm well aware, yes. Thank you, Jesse. First things first, and there's a reason why I'm asking this, it has nothing to do with WRDA or anything. Where are we with the process with Con Ed of getting shore power underneath the West Side Highway? Because we know we have a small window, I shouldn't say small one, but the window of where the contract would be valid. So where are we at with that? It didn't expire, right?
No, no,
Okay.
they're not. Okay, so yeah, the last time we came here, we had submitted our load letter. What we then get is a service determination letter. So we have received that, it states the charges associated with it. They are very high, this is a really intensive energy usage, and so now we go back and forth and figure out the financial piece of that. In parallel to that, we have also made a funding request to OMB for the funds to get energy to the property line, so we're moving, you know, our request for funds as well as figuring out how much we're spending at the same time. It's a lot of like the financial configuration.
And I know Con Ed said they were gonna work with you, sorry, go ahead.
Well, sorry, one other thing I would add is when they provided the determination letter, they did say they could provide the amount of power. So that was the like first
Right.
really exciting win there. They are looking to have excess demand charges and it not to be treated as primary service, and so we're working with them. Well, again, that's another place where everyone support and do kind of full hands on that, to help bring. You believe shore power is just a primary use, at the terminals, and so we're working with them. And work through those issues.
What's the deadline for that? Cause remember what happened before, like, those conversations went dead because it was lapsed, right, at the time, and so we have to. What is our deadline? So it doesn't go down again, and we have to redo this process that we did, but this is the third time, I think, right?
Yeah, we've changed, we keep increasing the amount of power, so we can increase.
So what's our deadline to?
I think at this point, this is a very large city conversation with Con Ed, about. Because Con Ed's typical process is that the city would need to sign on to their full rate structure. Before work can start. This is such a large process, a large project for the city.
But what's the deadline Con Ed is giving? Cause there's always an deadline.
That they're gonna.
They're gonna, well, they said they would be a little, right, because it's not a standard load.
I think to answer your question, I don't think that timing is what this
process is hinged on. It's this larger conversation, it's the conversation.
Well, because my follow-up question was, which we always ask, regardless of WRDA, regardless of what's gonna go on, we still have to get from the, you know, to the
Right.
pier.
Timeline.
So we have to go, there's gonna be a lot of, what we say, I think it was a year or two of that even.
Right.
To get there, so that's what we wanted to ask, remember, we keep asking, can
Oh,
we
yeah,
start
that's-
that?
That's the thing,
That's
that I
right.
think we're hyper focused on getting an agreement with Con Ed and the funding with everything to bring it to the property line.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Sounds like you've increased the amount of power you think you need for 3 berths of these huge ships.
Yeah, the first low letter, if I remember correctly, was for 1, and then we did for 2 birds, and this time it's for 3 birds.
We had the pleasure of going on a tour on one of those ships in the Golden. And if I remember correctly, that ship used 64 kilowatt hours, a huge amount of electricity. And that's only one ship, and it wasn't even a large ship. So we're talking huge cities.
so I'm gonna keep going. Thank you, EDC hosted me at their offices last week, and we went to an in-depth conversation about this, so I really appreciate it, because it gave us a lot of perspective, it gave me a lot of perspective, and it was very helpful. But I do have to say, it's really a shame we're here, like, right now, in this shortened timeline, that there's no way that, I'm very surprised, I can't imagine you would expect us to, you know, write a letter of endorsement on something that's so significant without hearing from any stakeholders, any, you know, community organizations. I mean, it's hard for us, we're the community board, it's not just us people in the room, but we have to listen to experts. We want to listen to environmental groups, we want to listen to the small stakeholders, and after our meeting, which was really helpful, actually, I mean, Jesse and we had to scramble, like trying to get stakeholders. I can't tell you how many emails I was sending out and talking to people, like, what do you think of this? Are you gonna be online? Can you comment? So we have just some sort of foundation of information that we can then relay to you. And I know you're doing the same thing, obviously, that's what you're doing. I mean, like, we talked to the Waterfront Alliance, and I've talked to the Hudson Sailing, and they were all very positive, saying that, you know, we hope that you do get the word. It was very positive as we were kind of moving along, but there were definitely, with environmental groups, there was a lot of concern. And then I know we have a meeting tomorrow with all of us, right, with the electeds, and that's gonna be very interesting to see where everyone falls out and some of their concerns. So, though I mean, this is obviously my opinion, we definitely want this project to move. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, there's gonna be great things to come. It's gonna be, the design process is gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be great. But as far as tonight, you know, I don't envision this committee coming out with a letter saying, yes, get the word approval. We just, I don't think, I think it would be it would be irresponsible not to hear from the community before the community board makes a decision. And I've talked with some other, Jesse Bodine, who's our district manager, and, you know, talk about maybe a public hearing on this. It could even be part of a public hearing for the full board. But unless there's stronger feelings on that, I think it's, you know, we're trying to now, we're gonna hear from the public, and we wanna hear from, do you have some, I mean, we'll listen to people in the room, which is just you right now, but like, yeah. And then I know there's some people, Jesse, there are some people in the public, you said, that raised their hand?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna, Christine is here, so I think she's gonna talk first, and if we can talk to those people, that would be great.
I'm gonna bring them over now so they're ready.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So, I did appreciate the process. I think you are coming to us with it's a little light. What you have, an outline of what's happening, we don't know what we're getting. I mean, you are taking space, and we don't know what will be the circulation, what will be the transportation. So from a transportation standpoint, it's really kind of a black hole, and I trust you, which I wish I would. But I don't completely. So, you know, I don't know whether we're getting any of the things that we are asked for. And I don't think we can make, from a transportation standpoint, we cannot make a decision of support based on that. So either you have additional information that you want to share with us, more detail. etc. And then we can figure whether the design of where you are is at least aligned with where we asked for. Or I don't think we can support it. So maybe what we need is to have another one-off meeting and a meeting with transportation, and I don't want to waste everybody's time asking all the 10,000 questions I have. But I don't think that what you're presenting is enough to make a decision. It's not, I mean, you know, where are the trucks, where are the cars, how many parking spots? How many?
Well, I think this is specific to WRDA.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be done
Question is,
after.
what exactly did we ask? We
Yeah,
asked
well,
for a
even
specific-
Agree that you should not sign a letter tonight.
Wait,
I don't want to go down.
Jesse, can you just mute the public for 1 minute?
I don't think we're ready to say it's good and then cross our fingers. Okay, we've been down with the agencies many times. We need at least to have an idea of where they are going. An idea, and I'm not talking about the detail. I'm not ready to be, you know, completely, oh yeah, everything is fine, and then in 12 months, it's like, oh yeah, and we are going to have a parking for 3,000 cars, and we are going to have, you know, no ramps, and we don't know where the, you know, we are going to have all the bigger, ship. So bigger ship is what, 3,000 people, what is it? 4,000 people? 4 or 5, okay, so you see, how is the 4 or 5,000 people crossing the highway? You explain to me, and crossing the greenway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have solution on that, so I want to know what you are thinking much deeper before we say yes, because all of that sounds good for the cruise ship. And I'm okay with that.
So-
But how do we get the cruise ship in and out of the cruise ship? Doesn't seem to, maybe is not resolved yet.
Yeah, if we can just actually go back to that other graphic. I know it's very high level, the other. And what we're trying to describe here with creating more space here is that instead of a lot of what you're describing, which is the passengers who have, you know, are like waiting on that tiny little island. Or the taxis that have to line up right next to all of the big highway traffic. We're thinking of pulling that into this one, so instead of being on the network of the roads. Being within, kind of the way that the airport.
And
works,
how
right?
are they going to go to the other side of the highway?
So a lot of that, yeah, would be in this footprint, so it's not on the roads.
It
And then
can't
would
be in this footprint because the highway is below now. You have to cross the highway.
But I think Christine, and I understand, because we have these concerns too, and then there's public park space that's involved, there's where the
Yeah.
substations, all that stuff. I think because they're on this very, and I don't wanna speak for you, but because they're on this very short timeline all of
Yeah.
a sudden. They're just trying to get this deauthorized. It doesn't matter kind of, I mean, it does matter. But what's gonna happen down there will all be discussed and designed and redesigned and then designed again.
Leslie, as we know
Yeah.
from other agencies, if you don't put the stake in the ground at the beginning,
Yeah.
you never get it. Okay, so once the WRDA is approved, that's it. We are out of the picture, guys.
No, we're
I think we need a better answer on the permitting process that happens after the WRDA process, like, there is the EIS, some form of an EIS. But it is not clear if there is any, like, statutorily mandated community review process that comes after this. And I think if there is, and there is some guarantee of that, then perhaps this is an easier sell to the community, but if
Right.
there's nothing there,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah,
We
that's
can
right.
definitely follow up with that part of that detail. You know, we don't have it in this presentation, but we can get.
No, and we need also a commitment that this is going to be, you know, listen to us, because that is not history. Right, guys? So you want to move your project, and you know, if we don't have the history, that if we say we don't want to rent, then there is no rent. We said we don't want to rent. Is the rent gone? No, we don't know. So, I mean, you know, we spent 6 months giving you the input. And we still don't know whether you ever heard us. You know, we know that you want more space. That's what we know. Is it enough space? Is it good space? You know, I'm just. My hair is white now because I've gone through that too many times, so I'm not talking out of. I'm talking out of experience.
So we're coming to you today for the authorization support, which gives us the flexibility, kind of extends the bounds of what we can work with. So it provides more flexibility for us to be able to move those concerns off. You know, we were talking about how it's like a couple postage stamps that we have today. So this gives us a broader canvas to be able to go through this.
Yeah, but I mean,
design
it's such a rush,
Yeah.
you should have your canvas more advanced and describe what you're going to do there.
I think I think we discussed that we weren't gonna do that, like that in this meeting, because it's,
Right.
what you were saying is that they have plans, I mean, but
Well,
initial,
that's the problem.
no, but we didn't want to get into this is not the meeting for those plans.
Fine, so let's have a separate
Yeah.
transportation meeting where we look at the plans. Which is the
Yeah.
condition of the community board getting the approval.
But not, the WRDA is separate, it's a federal.
I understand,
Yeah, okay.
but they want the support of community board. I mean, you know, when I see what you're presenting, I don't think it's enough. It's just like an IOU, I think there's nothing there. And I'm sure you have done a lot of work. And I'm sure there is work behind that. And, you know, I wish we would present it to transportation, maybe not part.
Let us, try to come back to you on other points of engagement.
Yeah,
Push me back.
and I want to say that I don't think that we're necessarily against, you know, the WRDA or anything like that. I think it's just, we just don't have enough feedback in order to determine what this, you know, to make a comprehensive, really.
And I guess, so the Garden piece is like on top, like no other project, right, has like that added complexity, so this is just being added on, it's like the very first hurdle to get through, then all of
Right.
your other regular project hurdles.
The environmental review will
We're
still be,
ahead of us.
yes,
This is just like, let's make this project even harder and have this huge federal piece of legislation on top of it before you can even think about all the other stuff. So I think it may be helpful for us to try to figure out what those like statutory engagement points are. It's, it can give folks comfort, even if we can't solve that, some of these like other questions at the moment.
so this word thing
It
is,
would make sense that if you come to the transportation. There is so much transportation there.
yeah, this WRDA does not. It doesn't exclude any other environmental reviews or anything else that would be, if there wasn't a WRDA. Like, the word is just, from what I understand, is just an initial hurdle so they can design. Because they don't know what they're designing yet. If they don't have WRDA, the design's gonna be totally different, right? It's, you guys, because you're gonna be a smaller footprint, so it's gonna be more constrained. And if it does, where it does get to, then you can have obviously an expanded footprint, you know, the design might be a little different, so maybe you come with a couple designs. You know, obviously, that wouldn't be, I don't know if that's gonna be there, but do you know what I mean? You have to know you have to know your footprint before you, I think, right?
No, and
So that,
and reverse.
but I understand what you're
You
saying.
need, you know, 300. Or you need 400, what is the
Yeah,
design?
yeah.
So it's kind of an iterative process.
You're right, it's like chicken or egg, and no, definitely, and we also have to think, and I know, and I brought up the economical upswing and stuff, but we also have to determine if. These huge, big ships are even good for the, you know, is this where we want these ships and for the community? And we understand your position, it's gonna be an economic, there's, you know, economic issues here, but we have to think of that too. But I know there are people online. Jesse, I see Tom, is there anyone else that you put over, or? is
Yeah,
it just
Tom is here, ready to go.
Okay. Hi, Tom.
You gotta come off mute. Tom.
Hi, how
There you
you doing? Thanks for putting me on. I appreciate it. I agree that I don't think it's time right now to endorse this particular WRDA application. This facility is a huge revenue generator for EDC. I don't know what percentage of the overall funding you're looking for from WRDA, but I know this facility probably generates over $100 million a year for EDC right now. So I see it as a kind of like a false deadline, if you will. And I'm very concerned that of all the people you reached out to, the environmental community was not involved. Recreational boaters, professional boaters, mariners, transportation people, but you're covering over acres of the Hudson River. And there was a 40-year fight to stop landfilling and platforming of the Hudson River that stalled something for 11 years. It was called Westway. So I think not going out to the environmental community beforehand is a big mistake. You should understand what their issues are and be able to address them, rather than saying you'll deal with it later when you get this approval from the federal government. I think that's putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. You know, I don't think the piers have to be extended way out into the navigable waterways so the ships can be accommodated. And I think you should look at vertical rather than horizontal, because the additional space that you're looking to include, I don't know how much of that would be public open space. It seems like you're suggesting that the whole thing might be, but with the abomination you built at Pier 94, it really is a choke point at the northern end one way or another. I noticed that that additional space doesn't include any additional space moving north towards Clinton Cove. So yeah, I would think it was premature now. And thank you for the opportunity for being able to weigh in on this. I appreciate it.
We also
Thank you,
have
Tom.
Mary. Mary's been waiting to speak. She's over as well.
Sure. Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Leslie, and thanks for the opportunity.
Hi, Mary. Go
Um,
ahead.
yes, I'm here as the museum director of the Lilac, which is a ship in Hudson River Park, and also on behalf of the Historic Ships Coalition. I participated in the workshop in January, and one thing I'll say is we're not listed amongst the stakeholders who will be consulted. I hope we will be. The historic ships are interested in other water dependent uses of the piers when cruise ships are not in port. I also want to add a couple of facts about the channel before I ask my question, because someone asked why this might get turned down if it extends out this far into the channel. The channel is space where the water is deep enough for any ship to safely pass without hitting the bottom. The reason it's under the Army Corps of Engineers is the Army must make sure that military ships can get through to where they need to go. It's why the Army Corps of Engineers governs bridge heights and so on. So they could say, you're not leaving us enough room. So I just wanted to say that. What I'd like to ask questions about, because I haven't heard any details about the length of the ships that we're talking about. And while other things were being discussed, I looked up the size of the biggest cruise ship on Earth. I'd like to know what size ship you can accommodate now, what size ship you're planning to accommodate in length. And also one of the things I read in articles I glanced at was that a lot of cruise ship companies are now building smaller vessels. So what exactly are you planning for? And since you also talked about competition, I want to point out that we have another cruise ship terminal right in New York City in Red Hook, and I'd like to know how these piers compare to that one. Thank you.
So I think the first question was about the size of the ships. The size ship that we would like to be able to accommodate here are the ones that we believe are currently being built and will hit the market in about 2030. And those are about 100 feet longer than what we're seeing today.
Which is what?
About 1,200 to about 1,300 feet. The largest ships out there, kind of when I had the reaction of New York City won't take the largest ships. So sure, they will be larger ones that would fall in Florida or parts of Asia. That's not size that has the largest one. It's just not the one that we're imagining here, but it is larger than it. I'm sorry. And then right.
I asked how these piers compare to the one in Red Hook.
The Red Hook pier today is shorter than this, the one that, the pier that exists or that apron, it's not really a pier there, it's a marginal berth. But the length of that berth in Brooklyn today is less. I don't have how many people. 850. The length of the one in Brooklyn today.
Okay, I think those are things you should have at hand when you're asking for an exception to be made in order to accommodate larger ships and larger piers.
Thank you, Mary. Jesse, is there anyone else or is that it?
That is it.
Thanks. I think also you should, well, maybe you can clarify. Is it the public-private financing of this, right? Is that why you want the bigger ships? Because the cruise, or no, the
No.
cruise ship industry will put some of the bill for this, or?
So in terms of the
Just
size of the
explain to
ships,
the-
our analysis, not as much, what Action's been working with us on is understanding where the market is going. So we're not saying we want bigger ships because that's more money, it's just where the industry is going. For cruise companies, that makes sense in terms of like economies of scale. For us, though, we are looking to have public-private partnerships here because this is such a big feat. Private money or public money alone is not gonna be enough to build out shore power, build out public facing, redesign the transportation configuration. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is a model that, you know, is used for airports, for cruise terminals across the world. There needs to be a demonstration of how the city is supporting this effort for private industries, generally like cruise terminals. I think in Miami, MCB has built out a very beautiful and modern cruise terminal there, in partnership with the city. So things like that kind of partnership between the cruise line and the city to build it out.
And I think, to Leslie's, question, right, so we are absolutely for any sort of public funding needs to be, we're looking at private dollars, so the public members need to leverage and raise as much, private dollars as possible. For us to develop, what we're imagining here. But the private side needs to be able to birth these large ships, ones that are coming, the ones that are today at the facility for that.
Sally, and
So
then
I think I'm hearing a bit of a contradiction, I'm not sure, I think it was Mary said that the trend is to build smaller. And you were saying the trend is to build, I thought it was to build larger, the monsters that we built, but she said the trend is to go small, so it's. I know, it's because to build to the exceptional large ship when there's only, 1% of them are exceptionally large and 90% of them is small, it doesn't make any sense. But if she's incorrect and the trend is to all build larger, so they make 50% of the ships or whatever, then there's more logic to it, but which is correct?
So I'm not quite sure, I'm sure Mary can say what she was looking at, but I think the major cruise lines, they all have ships, there are 4 shipyards, they all have ships that are on the workbooks being built right now, coming out about 2030, and they're this size, it's like 12 to 1300 foot size. There is more and more of like a niche, very small ship that is being built more and more, which has a couple hundred passengers. Those call the Manhattan Cruise Terminal today, those would always be able to, so maybe there's more and more like this very niche thing, but that's not exactly what. That would not be that would not provide all of the economic benefit, for things that would be able to support the costs of rebuild.
Jeff.
So forgive me if this is, I have a feeling this is a question Leslie probably asked in her one-on-ones. I would like to know when you knew about wording. When did you find out? When you made the determination, it's the second part of that. And when did you actually start working on it? Because I need to understand your internal matrix that brought us to a point that we've got such a short time on it.
Yeah, I mean, we started the master planning process about a year ago. So that's the first 6 months, there were all the engagement that we got, we were doing a lot of the market analysis. We were starting this as kind of a blank slate process, right? So while we weren't sure whether it would look, you know, the reason why we went through these different configurations is we weren't sure if we would be doing finger piers, if we would be doing marginal, whatever that was. So we were starting off a blank slate process. Probably close, you know, beyond that engagement part, that's when we started going more deep into these details around the structure, how we can accommodate these different uses, and yes, like we consider like what could a potential network reconfiguration of the transportation look like, how could we bring in these other, you know, the substation, et cetera. So it was around like earlier this fall, that we're like, we need to go through this process. But because word is every 2 years, there is this time boundness to when can we actually go forward with that. So hear your point about it here, that like we are asking for a lot of engagement, a lot of perspectives on word in a short amount of time. That is not ideal for you all, that is not ideal for us, but it is a congressional process that we have to go through. So, you know, it's been relatively recently that we have made the point of going forward with this, which is why we're still kind of, and we haven't engaged everyone that needs to be engaged just yet, because we're still going through those conversations.
So can I get a date? Perhaps.
So I would sort of go back to the date in which we'd have to come back to you on, but I would sort of go by the date in which we started the navigational risk assessment. So I would say, I know feels very late that we're coming, but, and
It is.
we're really sort of early, well,
It's very.
it's also early in that we wouldn't even be coming and having this conversation until we had finalized the navigational risk assessment and said, okay, that says that there are no safety impacts. Now we go and like, okay, that would be like the first hurdle. So we're actually coming to, we still have a few more weeks on that before that is finalized. And that's also not to. And that's why
A few weeks ago, right?
No, we started that. Well, no, yeah, but that's why I know the list of stakeholders we have listed isn't comprehensive of everyone we need to talk to about for this whole project, but that list is more on the harbor uses because that is related to the navigation.
If you look at the letter from our committee today, and you don't get the letter from transportation next week, are you planning to still move forward with it?
I mean, there's still a navigational study piece that's ongoing,
It was from the community board.
And the commission board,
on both.
we did none of us. Are you still gonna go for it?
we still will be very challenging to do. I don't think that's, from early indication for methods, it's, it have the looks. It's for us to consider this.
Yeah, we'll be talking about this next month.
So just a question with. If you were to get approved for the WRDA and deauthorize the space. All that does is deauthorize the space. It doesn't approve your plan. It
No.
doesn't it doesn't say that this is definitely gonna happen. All it does is mean that the whole process of redoing the terminal and getting shore power can move forward. If you don't get approved for WRDA this year, the entire project is stalled for another 2 years.
Well, not the entire project, but sure.
Well, if, you know,
Shore power to get there is gonna be 2 years alone,
yeah,
right, so.
but also, I mean, the project in general, like, you know, if this terminal is from the 1930s, it's far exceeded its lifespan. When you are making a new one, you wanna make it last as long as possible. So I understand wanting to build it for where the market says it's going, that makes sense. My concern is, while I understand there are a lot of valid concerns from environmental groups and on the transportation and all of that. We're not talking about any of that right now. We're just talking about helping to get the ball rolling. my concern is that should we say, no, we don't wanna support this? Then we are screwing ourselves because we're the ones who are then scuttling.
That's what
The
they
short
want,
cut.
that's what they're trying to tell you, exactly.
Yeah.
That is their narrative, absolutely.
Right, but is it not, is it
You can do it
inaccurate?
next month, we could, another narrative is that we're thorough and we listen to the community and then we know what this, we haven't even talked to one stakeholder. There's now, I mean, Tom Fox was here and Mary, but we haven't, this committee has, does anyone here have expertise in any of these, the navigational channels or the environmental impacts? I sure don't. I'm not prepared to say, yeah, go ahead, do WRDA. We haven't heard from anybody in the community.
But doesn't the WRDA process ask those people that
No,
question?
no,
They
this,
don't, do they
no.
ask that question?
Well, you mentioned the navigational risks, so the WRDA is all about the navigational
Yeah,
risks. So
right,
that
and
is-
that's why they're talking to them. But they're talking to them late.
No, but in the WRDA process, they have to talk, if there is a navigational risk, they'll turn them down.
But they need the electeds first to get on board, specifically Congressman Nadler, right, to get on board.
But
First, and
that's
he,
like a catch-22.
and he wants to hear from, and I'm sure
that's-
he would appreciate hearing from the community and all the stakeholders.
Honestly, so the navigational risk is what we're working on right now, that's why we have all those, that list that you saw are all the people we were talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but part of that navigational risk assessment is to see, did any of those users have any concerns? And it is that process to try to document that.
So as the Coast Guard has explained it to us, they're looking for sort of two main buckets of this navigational risk assessment. One is we have to do this like risk assessment study, which is using data of like looking at modules where ships go, and the Coast Guard is gonna look at that study and feel like whether they are comfortable with that or not. The other part of that risk study is this intensive engagement with users who actually transit that area. So that's sort of the two things that the Coast Guard uses, and then the Coast Guard, I assume, does. I feel a little uncomfortable putting words in their mouth, they're just kind of comparing what they have told us. Then they have their own risk assessment that they do. But we have to do our part of doing our own risk assessment study, presenting it to them, and making sure it satisfies them, that we've done our own engagement with users, and that they are satisfied with that. And then the local congressperson has to put forth potential language, end of November. Then there's additional kind of looking at all the risk assessment that happens over the next 9-10 months. And more feedback comes at that point. The big thing that we're trying to get to right now is to have that language put forward and at the end of November, so that we have the option of this being considered.
So what's the plan? I mean, I agree that it's important to get feedback and like my first question was about like, what have you been hearing? What's the opposition? I'm like, we don't have that. We are sort of just operating on what you're hearing, but so what is the plan to get that feedback in a way that, you know, you do get input from the community? I mean, certainly like our committee is one channel and we, you know, these are public meetings, we can come and raise issues and they should come and let us know, all different groups, but certainly it sounds like there needs to be like a standalone, I don't know, like I think like a public forum was mentioned, maybe coming to full board, I don't know, but it sounds like there needs to be that opportunity for folks to come in and at least be aware of this. But certainly offer feedback. Because I mean, this does seem like a critical thing that needs to happen in order to advance, and I agree with Katie, like. We don't want we don't wanna shoot ourselves in the foot by delaying this any further. And I do agree with like this idea of allowing flexibility to at least start coming together and really understanding different, you know. What's like mitigation with traffic and pulling all these pieces together, but. We're not gonna get anywhere, if you're not gonna be able to, and I don't know if it seems like the other alternatives won't be able to achieve a lot of the goals that you heard from the working groups. And you've already gone through that process, so like what's next, like how do we advance this conversation? What does that look like and can we be helpful in that conversation?
It sounds like what I'm hearing is some comfort around like the future engagement and required engagement is something that would help here. So I think we need to kind of put our heads together and because so much, again, I
like, I'm reading so much of that is dictated by the design and graphic design is what's like, is this chicken versus an egg, and I recognize the awkwardness with us. Yes.
We can send a letter next month.
It's a
We
catch
can
twenty.
send a letter. Yes.
But having a little
We-
more.
By the end of November.
They don't, the congressman will accept a letter after.
This is like, the white box.
Yes, now that he hasn't said this. fine.
We can send a letter in November, at the end of November, we can put it through exec or something, we can get it in time. We can,
In time is the end of November, is that it?
the end of November is not necessarily, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure that that is necessarily a hard deadline on this.
So we wrote a letter in November, meaning first week of, third week of November. And approved it in December, the first week of December. It said,
Or exec, right?
Right, well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, have a discussion at exec and then
Yeah,
put it in at the,
and
before.
what do we expect to get between now and then that would enable us to write that letter?
I'm sorry.
What would we get right now then, in order for us to write that letter?
Public comment, the meeting tomorrow, I think that the electeds are gonna be it's going to be very, very enlightening. We,
Is
you
it
know,
just the electeds
Yeah,
or are there
right.
other?
Yeah, tomorrow is just all electives,
And,
and then
Is that
Tuesdays,
4 o'clock meeting?
and then Tuesdays, the recreational.
I mean, I would almost think that the recreational and whatnot is
That's important. That's-
more important than the electeds, because what do the electeds know about the water, to be honest?
Well, they're making,
What do they know?
they're making the decision.
But,
They're making the decision.
but that's just the same as this, if we're saying we don't have the we don't know what the public wants, how can the electeds know what the public wants?
Cause we're gonna try and help them with, they wanna hear what the community board and what they said, all the people, the stakeholders that they're getting together.
But you're gonna talk to the electeds before you talk to the stakeholders.
I know it is.
I think it's.
That's because of a timeline,
Yeah.
that's because it's a crazy timeline.
Yeah, they might have ideas in terms of like getting feedback and how to sort of, I mean, it's not, it just has to happen, I agree, but,
us before, right?
no, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I mean, it also depends on how substantive our communication needs to be, because, you know, from a personal perspective. The way that I'm viewing what's being proposed is we absolutely need public feedback, but. We can support an application process. That they're seeking without endorsing what the potential end goal of that process is.
Yeah, cause this just unlocks the possibility to even do this, it doesn't
Right.
set in stone, because something else. could
right,
come
we're
up
not
and settle
talking about
whole
the
thing.
design, we're not talking about the design, we're not talking about anything that's
We're
gonna.
just
go on
talking
the way.
about
We're just talking about
deauthorizing 650 feet.
Right.
Correct,
You
correct,
can't even turn down the
I
design
think
until.
over time.
correct,
until-
exactly, you don't even know.
You can't even say no until you get this done.
Right.
Like, if
Exactly.
there's
What
no
is
it?
state
Get your
Well, of course, we still wanna build that, but.
Right?
We don't have a lot that doesn't, it's not good.
We can.
Then we don't have, what do
But
you
with or
do?
without water, there might not be a process, so.
I think we just want to understand if there is a required community board engagement process that would be required for any version of this to proceed. And if there's any way to guarantee that those voices will be heard in the future. And I think we just need a better understanding of that, and it seems like that's something that is possible for EDC to provide to us. And I think that would be one thing that would be very much appreciated. I also suspect the result of the navigational study would also probably be, the safety study would also probably be something that the community would need in order to move forward with this in November.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it in November, we're not, you know,
And are you?
we've been asking for shore power for years, right, years.
Not that.
We're not gonna be forced to do something in a week.
Not for WRDA,
No,
but for the
for
project.
the full project.
That's what I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will try and
You
move with
know
you as
enough
fast
to
as we
know
can,
that-
I mean, we will
Okay.
work with you as fast as we can these next 2 weeks to try and get as much feedback as we can to get, you know, to get clarity on a position that would represent the community. And that would be helpful. You know. So, great, anyone else? Comments, good? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. That'll be fun. No.
No.
To adjourn?
We.
Thank you, man.
We have been.
Guys, I'm sorry, guys, we have one more agenda item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, so our last agenda, Marty, our last agenda item, do you wanna? No?
You started.
Okay, so.
It's your baby anyway.
Statement, budget, what the statement district needs? No, it's, I was the budget, lady. She's the budget. lady. No, we're gonna talk about.
You can have it.
You chair
Sure.
it. Bring
So
it to the end of the table.
it is, I mean, listen, there's not gonna be any craziness going on here. Let's get my list. So this is statement of district needs. It's, you know what, I'm just gonna hand it over to Roberta because since staff, she is the chair, so.
Wait,
It comes to you anyway.
well, Jesse, could we put up the, for WP, either capital or expense, whichever one's the easiest and most convenient for you.
Give me a moment.
So the way that I am going to propose that we do this evening is to go as swiftly as possible through our existing list of prior budget asks. What we will do with this list is decide if we want to keep the items that are in this list.
So, Bert, is this any of ours, or is this one of theirs?
Might be there.
That might be
Might
there.
be there.
Huh. Oh, let's see what they know. So we have, okay, what did we put up here? This.
We have expense up now.
We have expense up. Great.
Good job.
Great. I mean, surely they would have time back for it. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna go through the list of expense items. So this year, there are a couple, like this exercise is a couple of objectives. One, do we want to keep things that have been on this list in previous years that perhaps we haven't obtained the objective? Two, there will be an opportunity if we want to change the order of the items. I should note that each agency receives the order of the items for the agency only. So if parks and sanitation are 1 and 2, it looks like each one of those first two are 1 and 1. My recommendation for this is just let's go like row by row and say, we want to keep this, we want to change the language. And then after we are done going through that, we should just take a minute and see if we want to add anything. And then what the chair's happy to help will basically revise this list and submit it and bring it to the budget task force.
But we're gonna do this pretty quickly.
Yeah,
And you just, okay.
yeah, I have it up if you.
Sure, I'm just gonna go real quick. Stuff that we have currently that's on the list that we're probably gonna, well, not probably, we will keep. And then what we did is we went through our letters and everything we asked for over the last year, because that all is included now in what we could put in our statement of district needs. So for capital, we'll go real quick.
Oh, I
Short,
think we have expense up. Sorry.
that's fine. That's fine. Expense.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, expense, we really don't have a big expense ask, the one thing, and we touched upon it earlier with parks. We asked for more park staff. We will write narratives to this that I could submit to Roberta, so I'll be okay, we're definitely gonna ask for night crew specifically to DeWitt Clinton. I know that we talked about that in the last, was it a few meetings ago, was it last meeting? PEP staff, which is again, just so coincidentally, we talked about that today too, but we have always been asked for more patrol staff. And I think 2 meetings ago, they said they did have a few coming on board, but we're still gonna ask for more, because I think 5 up to 8 is not really for the whole southern part of Manhattan is great. playground associate, staff, youth jobs has always been on there, and tree pruning has always been on there. I don't foresee, I don't see, I shouldn't say foresee, I don't see any other new ones. Do you, Marty? Did you?
Well, today we had one,
Yeah.
staff for, Mathews-Palmer.
Was that? No,
That
that's
was the House Kitchen, coverage after 3 o'clock.
right, that's just, I think it's
I think it's
What's-
just general.
general Moore Park staff.
More part, it goes on the.
It goes in the Moore Park
And
staff.
could revise the item.
Yeah, but I think that's just, I think that's just a very temporary. I don't think we're gonna ask for a budget item for more parks, and
No, no.
that's just, we just want more park staff. But I know specifically we can say about the DeWitt plan, whether we split that up or not. I don't know, we can talk about that in committee.
Okay, whether you wanna split them up, but for now,
Specific.
now you can keep them.
Yeah, and I mean, the order of priority isn't really, I mean, listen, more park staff, tap staff, we always go 1-2 with that, so I don't know.
With the bins would be capital, but that would be the other thing that we would, and that the midship staff would be sufficient for the bins. If we were going to ask for Max suggested we ask for the bins so that we have containerized trash, so we don't have trash sitting out.
Sure, but more bins, you mean, for more parks, for bins for parks, right? That,
Like
not
the-
the SN1 bins.
These, what do you call them?
It's not, so,
He had those.
I talked to Matt out there so we could understand the different verbiage we're
Yeah.
saying.
Okay,
Tilt truck is not what we want.
Okay.
We want, I think ideally what we want is a city bin, which is what they do have. It's
DS,
not-
that's a ask for DSN1?
No.
Okay.
Parks has fabricated their own version of a metal container. They
With
have a
wheels.
specific, no, it's not with wheels. It's something that is permanently stationed on the sidewalk. And they actually inset the fence into the park perimeter. And then the bin is actually technically on the park land, not on the sidewalk. And they angle the sidewalk down into the
Well, I don't think we're prepared.
garden pit, but that's how they do it.
Right.
And so that's something that they do when they do
enables the
redevelopment.
packer to empty that bin.
So that is a bin that they store the bags in, so that is a secure bin to store them. And when the packer comes, they open that bin and put them in. Right now, how things are set up is they take the bags
From the tow trucks.
out of the wheelie bins that are inside the park and put them on the sidewalk for collection. And theoretically, that's being done within like an hour or two or when it's getting collected. But sometimes that doesn't always happen and those bags stay overnight. So I don't know. I'm not sure if we have enough information to throw this into a budget
Yeah,
thing.
we do not.
So I would leave it, but it sounds like something that when we do get into a point of redeveloping Hell's Kitchen Park and stuff like that, that's
Yeah.
when we would wanna revisit it.
It sounds like what you just described, the moving of the fence and putting a permanent container, whatever you wanna call it, behind the fence line, but exposed to the street
Yes,
is a smart move.
yes, no, everything he explained
Actually exposed to
It's-
both sides.
is very, well thought out, and I think it takes a lot of the issues that we've seen with
Have they already
city
thought out
bins
what
and
you're
stuff.
talking about?
This is what Max told me, this is their
Yeah,
process.
That's his design. what you
That's
just
the Parks
described.
Department
Parks
design, what I described, yes.
That's good news.
Yeah,
But I guess we don't need to get into this now.
No.
Apologies for bringing up. I have
Yeah.
one more thing that can brought up,
Sure.
which was the rat mitigation zones, and if we wanted to attempt to make a case that this should be a rat mitigation zone so that it gets more funding for extermination.
Yeah, I think
But
that's, we can't do that now. I think we need to
yeah,
have,
and then I said that would go to DOH&H.
yeah, we're
So
gonna
that's
have to have a
what we-
presentation on what that is and how we apply for it and all that stuff, but that's definitely on our radar, for sure. So that would be, oh, and I think there is also for expense, sorry, one more thing. Green thumb staff. I think it's like 15 green thumb staff, which that has come on and off of our.
Yeah, so we're basically just going to resubmit everything from,
For expense, yeah.
yeah, on expense, okay.
And then DSNY. We have been on record for asking for more trucks and more, more pickup. I think we will keep that. We might put it higher on the priority list, Roberta, and I have like a further narrative that I can, like a specific gap truck from 11 to 7. And I have a cost for that, but I can do that.
Do we want to add that as a new higher up item so that you have?
Well, it's our only one, it's our only one for DSNY and it goes separate, right? So we don't,
There's a couple things on.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff for DSMY in there.
for expense, for.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is all
what do we-
basket pickup,
yeah.
there was
That's
also
that,
stuff,
that's back.
yeah, but there's also stuff I saw about e-waste, things.
Oh, where's that, where's the?
No.
Yeah, there's,
Yeah, e-waste collection.
and then,
We can keep the e-waste, right?
yeah, corner basket for the e-waste. Yeah, that's what we have, and then so we had the former colored school RFP. But you're just saying revise that.
We'll
that
revise
first
just
one,
this,
or that second.
just the,
Yeah, there's
you've
also.
got- You've got five, sanitation expense
Yeah,
requests,
for expense,
not
okay.
counting former colored school number 4, which is only in there because you shouldn't be your topic, but it's just because it's sanitation owns the building,
Yeah.
so.
oh, got it.
So do we want a new item and to move this up?
Well, no, I think the item I was talking about was more basket pickup, but there's the specifics we can add to the ask.
Okay,
Elaborating.
Yeah,
and then we want that to be
that would be number one.
our number one, so above.
I would think unless anyone having,
Yeah, above the
everyone wants more
environmental
basket pickup, so.
Yeah, no, I think it would be, I mean, cause quite honestly, the syringe thing has slowed down
Subsided.
a little bit. Really, right now, it honestly seems to be the crack vials.
Okay. Well, we can add that in the.
Oh, are we
No
good?
one's
with-
no one's gonna collect
No
that.
one's gonna go out, yeah, no one's gonna collect that.
Are they hazardous to collect?
Are we good with expense? Can we move to capital or are we still on
Yeah.
expense?
I think we can move to capital.
Yeah,
Okay.
so let me go quickly with capital. Number one has always been, I shouldn't say always been. Lately has been, actually has been a priority of the full board is shore power, and obviously we keep that on. DeWitt Clinton, that renovation. Vehicle charging stations was our third, but I think that was a joint ask with, transportation, and it's officially their ask, so I don't think it's on our thing, but that's with them. DeWitt Clinton bathrooms, we separated from the DeWitt Clinton renovation. The Gutenberg playground sidewalk repair, which has been on there forever. Jesse, should we just, I mean, are we ever gonna get, or should we just take that off, or?
Which one are we talking about?
The Gutenberg playground sidewalk repair. That's been on there for like 10 years.
Yeah, I can't, I don't-
Sidewalk repair.
I'm sorry, Jesse?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to, I don't know whether it's up to you guys, and I don't know I didn't get a look at what Steve Simon said, so I don't know.
Yeah, he didn't, it's not even on his list anymore.
Okay, so,
McCaffrey playground renovation, DeWitt dog run. Gertrude Kelly playground renovation. And Parks sent us a few things, but he sent us a Chelsea Recreation Center to install HVAC capacity, replace the gym floor, install security cam, but we never even heard that, like, we never even heard a presentation on that, so I'm not really quite comfortable of including an ask until we find out what they're thinking about with that.
But we should add eventually to some agendas probably.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We should make them talk about it at our next meeting, actually.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So you know what, with Gutenberg, just add Chelsea Park sidewalk. And I have details because he put Chelsea Park sidewalk. So we have 2 sidewalk renovations. So we'll keep Gutenberg, but we can add the 2 sidewalk renovations.
And to be quite honest, if for some reason the Chelsea Park one gets done and Gutenberg doesn't, that's gonna be a real problem.
Yeah, that would be,
Because what, if this is something that's been on there for years and nothing's been done and then a new item gets funded, that's really not okay.
but that, it's funny you should say that, because I saw participatory budgeting. And I also see on his list, Hell's Kitchen Park now is,
Yes,
is
Max
Hell's Kitchen Park renovation.
mentioned that to me.
Yeah. And we have asked for other playgrounds for many years to be, so I'm curious.
Max told me that, there's some money that was already being thrown into Hell's Kitchen Bar
Yeah, but-
towards but I think it's like similar with DeWitt Clinton, where like it's on there and you have to gather the money until you
Yeah,
have
we can
enough
ask.
money.
I don't know if we haven't talked about Hell's Kitchen Park renovation. But if we wanna add that, I think it's because Councilmember Botcher has allocated, he says, $350 initial funding for it. There might be more funding for that with participatory budgeting. So maybe that's why they're putting it on, because it looks like it's kind of an item that's gonna be funded.
It's possible, and it sounds like it would be everything minus the courts, which were already redone,
Yes, the play equipment, surface area.
which are
Spray shop.
kind of raggedy.
Yeah.
We can, I think, I don't think that's far-fetched to add, even though we haven't, right, Jesse, we're allowed to add that, I think, right? Because we've talked about Hell's Kitchen Playground before, but we haven't necessarily had the ask, or should we not, since we didn't have a specific ask for funding for that?
Where's the request coming from then?
Parks.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I would, like I said to you before, I think, Parks is a unique agency in the sense that, we know their budget situation. And so I think we normally have a sit down consultation with them, but that just wasn't able to get done this year because of scheduling conflict. So I think if we want to add it, I think it would be maybe not appropriate to make it number one. But put it down there somewhere on there and then have Parks come and talk to you about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would keep whatever parks have been on there longer, keep them higher.
It's a good idea. And then just add it. Okay. Anyone else have any ideas on that or?
I
Okay,
did
the
see
new-
that the
sorry.
PSNY,
But before we get to this, can I finish Parks?
Sure.
Okay, another thing we're gonna add, and I don't know, Jesse, where this goes, but Pier 76, we wrote a letter that the city matched the state, so the state funded half of it, right? And the city they're looking for the city to fund the second part of it. And it wasn't included in the last budget, and so we wrote a letter that it would be included, that the city kind of pony up for the renovation of Pier 76. Would that be
Okay.
a capital?
Yes.
Okay, so Pier 76 is going to be kind of move up on our priority list.
No, well, let's be clear. Remember, you're doing this by agency, so that's not going to Parks, right? You're not expecting Parks to fund
That's
that.
right. Well, no, where would it go to? That's right, you're right.
Go to the city.
It's a mayor's office request.
Okay, there we go. Mayor's office. Okay.
Right.
We
You
have talked
don't
about-
on Parks because you already know they have no money, so
Right, this is a Parks thing, though. We've asked for the Penn South renovation, we've asked for public bathrooms there. And I remember they came back to us on a redesign, fitting a little public bathroom there. They don't know if they have funding for it, but they said they could fund and make their room for it.
Put a little square.
They put a square there, yeah, in case they do, so that the Penn South bathroom funding that we talked about, we wrote a letter will be included. Solar lighting in Penn South Playground, for a pilot. Which should be included, we wrote about that. And I think that's it as far as the new items. Pier 76, public bathrooms and solar lighting.
One question,
Yes.
just about existing items, there is the outstanding veterans request, but it says. And we have gotten some, as far as I have seen, agency supports and can accommodate. Remove requests, do we want to keep this, because we would like more veterans? Don't we
Is that continued support, Jesse, or is that we take it
I'm
off?
sorry, I don't know, I can't hear very well. What is, Roberta, which one are you talking about?
It's 16, Department of Sanitation, fund better bins program. So this is the trash, like corner basket,
actual
trash
bin.
replacement, like the physical bins. And is that something we are trying to
So
change?
what's hard with that is I have heard that the funding for those bins has to come from city council discretionary funding from the council member to pay for them. Even though it is the new standard bin, it has to be paid for by city council, which is stupid, but that's the way it is. So I don't know.
I mean, I think I would remove this because it's
Yeah, because Eric has gotten a bunch of
happening.
that.
It's happening all over the city. It just isn't happening
Yeah.
on a citywide like agency level, but it is happening. So you can put in a continued support.
That's it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can move it there. I think that was the only one where, like, we got something and we didn't wanna keep it top of mind, because the playground is not funded.
Right, okay.
So we would in theory move that to continued support, but the playground piece is not funded, it seems.
We spent a lot of time tonight talking about bins.
The other thing that's, another bin, the other thing that's on there is for public recycling bins and
Where?
just in general.
In the
And
streets?
I just wanna say, I mean, as looking and experiencing all of it,
No one does.
it's not, well, it's just not feasible, because then they would have to have a recycling truck to collect the bins. And you would also have to make sure that it's not contaminated, and people are
And it's
awful.
always that time.
And so I would just remove public recycling bins, unless they did it as like a locked bin, like the compost bins. But there's just not a point, and a lot of recycling gets pulled out of the litter baskets by the people who are collecting cans and bottles.
Yeah,
So it has its own kind of solution.
sold.
Got its own ecosystem.
Okay, so we remove that.
Yeah,
And I think those were the only.
I think that was, yeah, it wasn't, there weren't a lot of capital.
Yeah.
And do we want the order or change the order of any MCs?
What's our number one right now for capital? The
Short power.
Short power, yeah.
How many of what we asked for last year got done?
So like we made some progress in Do It Clinton. You have some progress in shore power.
McCaffrey renovation.
McCaffrey reno.
Bathroom at.
They spoke at the
Palmer.
show
Yeah.
today.
And then, I mean, we have gotten better bins, which we've got for the council member. But nothing is getting, like, these are big capital projects that here to take a long time to both fund and then also to execute.
Yeah.
Like, we're moving forward, Penn South Playground, that like,
Yeah,
when will we get it? When they're done with the process.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good, I mean, the Pier 76 thing, it would be good
Yeah.
for the city to really match, given that they didn't get it in last year's budget.
we can put that out, but that's, that's separate, no, it's not.
Because it's not parks.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Work is separate.
So it will still be number one.
Yeah,
For that,
That'd be great.
for the mayor's office,
Right.
number one, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But I think we stick with DeWitt Clinton, because we're getting traction on that, and that's been a big one, DeWitt Clinton bathrooms. Yeah, we put up Pier 7,
Buying all of that. I thought last year we combined all the bathrooms into.
they told us that it's not necessarily a good idea, right, Robert, like, sometimes if you get like a specific request for a bathroom, it's easier to fulfill than if you say, we want these 4 bathrooms.
Well,
I mean,
last year we
you
did
could-
combine them, so,
We could still combine them, it's up to you, Roberta, I mean, you're the chair, so you.
I defer to whatever feedback you have gotten, or Jesse, if you have received feedback, but last year we combined them. I think part of the reason we did that is we don't have like a hierarchy of which bathroom we want,
Yeah.
which I don't think that, as far as I.
And Parks can always respond, is like, we were able to accommodate this bathroom and not these bathrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
We have gotten, I believe that at some point Parks has said, we got the Clement Park playground requests for bathrooms before the committee as well. I'm fairly certain Parks at some point explained to us that that space is too small to accommodate a bathroom and that it probably is not feasible, but I did want to highlight that that is something that could be added to that list. Yeah, I mean, I don't either, but people did come and say it.
Yeah, Alan, we wrote a letter on it. I don't think we ever.
Yeah, but bathrooms in general, so.
Yeah.
We should be calling them restrooms. None of them are bathrooms.
I mean, depends on who you are and what your needs are.
I'm going to take a bath in any of those places.
Okay, so,
That's good.
yeah. I
Don't
think
take a
that's
rest.
good. Does anyone have any like thoughts on
I'll take
the?
a rest.
That's true.
Some people-
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone have any thoughts or suggestions on order? If someone's like, I think this should be a priority, or, I mean, we're usually been pretty good with our priority list on 1 through 5 or 1 through 6, but. But if anyone thinks that something needs immediate attention that didn't before, we can push it up. If not, we can kind of go with what we've had.
Let's do that.
And just kind of stick in what the new ones are.
Sounds good.
Good?
Good.
Sounds good.
I love it when we do budget late at night, Jesse. It goes very quickly. This could
Are
be
you
an
guys
hour
just-
conversation.
You guys could, let's vote.
Such an over.
Yes, we do have to vote.
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah, with votes, for sure.
There.
Yes.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Any opposed? Present eligible, abstentions, great. We will work on it with Roberta on the language of narrative about it and pretty much keep to our same blueprint that we've had of priorities.
Thank you.
That's great. One new old business is, and it's Matt, actually. It was, so if you want to say the bike lane at
Yes.
Pier 94,
Yes.
and then we got that, go ahead, you were, we
Well,
got.
there was some incorrect signage, and the way it was gonna they say they corrected the signage, I haven't seen it yet. To see that it actually was corrected,
Yeah.
but they said that they did correct that. They sent a picture, or Jesse, you sent a picture of a new greenway test, but that was not what the issue was, so I'm hoping they didn't conflate the issues.
Yeah, I think they were
Yes.
saying that, so the temporary sign, the signage was not adequate.
Right.
And then they said, look, this is what we're unveiling next week or 2 weeks, whatever it is anyway, so yes, there's.
So they
another
haven't
2
really
weeks.
changed.
Yeah, I think
There
It's-
was like
it's-
the bike lane.
It was
came
open
down.
today, I believe.
it opened today.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. I mean, it looks
I
really
wrote it
good.
today, it's much improved.
Okay.
I didn't notice the signage,
Yeah, as you're coming south, it's bike lane, and then all of a sudden it switches to pedestrian. After you go through the construction, and it's really the bike lane, and the people are just don't know what to do.
yeah, it cuts back behind
Yeah,
now today.
Is
Oh,
that, is that gateway?
No, up at, no, up at Pier 94.
50.
The one last thing I wanna say, I talked to Katie about this, so I went on a walkthrough, of, Columbus Circle that Councilmember Gail Brewer. Sponsored, and it was more about the cleanliness and the street vendors and all that, but it just so happened a very, very, very high level official from DSNY was there. And I complained about our trash pickup, and how all the trash in our district. And he was wonderful, and we think that he's gonna come to our committee. He couldn't come tonight, which was actually, thank God. But he's gonna come next month, we think. I know, I'm gonna get it, hold on. Frank, what was the last name? Do you remember?
Terry.
Yeah, and he is deputy to the commissioner. And so I complained about our trash pickup. He was wonderful. He got back to me within a few weeks. He said that, after we talked, he looked at our district and he added a gap, what he called a gap truck. Which we didn't have, and it picks up, so we have 2 trucks that pick up in our district, community board district, at 8 AM, pick up trash, 1 at 4 PM. And then, so there's 1 every single day throughout the day, right? But he said he added a truck from 11 to 7, Monday, Thursday, Saturday, because we have so much overflowing trash, which was great, and I thanked him profusely. But that's why now we have details, Roberta, because he said, I don't know how long I can keep it in your district. Ask for it, you know, and the statement district needs, and it's $200,000 a year, which doesn't seem like $200,000 to keep that one extra check a year. And also he talked about our biggest problem is illegal dumping.
Is what?
Illegal for corner basket dumping. He's like, that's why so much of the overflow you see in your district is that. So he's gonna come next month, hopefully, and talk about that, so we'll have a DSNY month. But anyway, I wanted to report that because I was very happy.
Good job.
Thank you. I was very happy, and I hope it could continue, and let's see next month if
Does anybody know if the Gateway project is actually stopped?
no, no, I called Rebecca right after. I called, she's like, it's business as usual. So, okay, but motion to adjourn?
Second.
Yes. Okay, great. Good job, guys. Jesse, thank you.
All right.
Jesse.
Marty, do you need help putting stuff away? Or are you good?
I have a question for you. Do I turn this,
Roberta, thanks for
this guy, does this get turned off?
Thank you.
I don't know what this guy is.
I noticed the hair.
The hot spot.
I get very short. I keep going like this.
The Verizon
It's so
5G.
weird. It's like,
Looks good.
thank you.
Yes, no, it's so good.
Turn everything off I can turn off, right?
Yes, you turn everything off that you can turn off.
All right.
I don't know.
Leslie, can you please help Marty?
Huh?
Leslie.
Okay.
Les,
Yeah, I've gotta put all this stuff in.
can you help
If I have
Marty?
a problem, I'll give you a phone call in less than 5 minutes.
All right.
Roberta,
Bye-bye.
Roberta's gonna help. Roberta's here, Jesse.